Alright, let's see. Whoa, everything doesn't work. Why? Oh well. What do you think they're talking about over there? I suspect Roxy wanted some time to catch up with an old friend. I'm sure I would want the same if I had if I hadn't just had an extensive reunion with her myself. Yeah, I guess we should just chill out and give him a moment. It isn't quite time to head to our battle stations yet, so we might as well try to relax until it is. I imagine it's a lot easier to relax when another version of yourself hasn't been hijacked by your dead cat. Yeah, it probably is. Maybe you should try not to let her bug you, Rose. She seems harmless enough, plus she's pretty funny. Sounds suspiciously like the advice of someone who's never had to deal with an outlandish alternate version of himself. Hey, I've bumped into other Johns a few times. Can't say the experience has been anything other than perfectly agreeable. You mean Johns that were essentially time duplicates in the course of your conquest? Yes, those don't count. Those were just regular Johns. What I'm saying is you never had to deal with a John who was like half Harry Anderson, half Maple Hoof, the dear departed pony. Well, that sounds great. Come to think of it, you're the only one of us who hasn't. I mean, of our original group of friends. Dave had Bird Dave, Jade had Dog Jade, and just now I have Cat Rose. Why are you let off the hook? I don't know. I guess you guys are just luckier than me. Even putting aside the wildly unwelcome body horror slapstick routine she represents, and the machine gun salvo of opprobrious remarks and conduct which my cat is apparently capable of releasing from my subconscious, I'm not sure where this leaves me. What do you mean? I felt like I understood my place. I'd gotten myself in order somewhat. My, beverage decisions had gotten more reasonable. I was ready to bear down and play my part in finishing this. I could even handle a stray rose sprite brought to my doorstep by my sweet imbecile of a pet. Idiotic though that was, I was still certain, clearly Rose Prime. But can I really claim that now? She's, Sprite squared. How's that even a thing? Can someone tell me how that's even a thing? I can't tell you how it's even a thing. I think we're all just as flabbergasted as you at its thinginess. What's next? Is there a Sprite cubed or a... Let's not even entertain this avenue of thought. The point is, she must be quite powerful and insightful, and in spite of the beast he rents heads face out to, intelligence as well. Doesn't she arguably have more claim to being real Rose than I do? I don't think being the real Rose necessarily means being the one who's more outgoing and chatty and powerful and stuff. I'm not sure it means anything. I think maybe we should try and drop this stuff about who is the real version of who anyway. It's weird and it just hurts people's feelings. I don't care if my feelings are hurt though. I just want to know where I stand. I really don't think she's that threatening to you. Believe me, you still seem like the Rose I always knew, whereas she doesn't quite. It seems to me she's a lot more interested in having fun and zipping around like a silly lunatic than usurping you as the main Rose. Sure, that's what she wants you to think. Why do you care? I thought I heard the other Rose say before she was a cat that she liked the idea of being some sort of backup Rose. Do you not feel that way too? That was a different context. I probably would have felt the same way if I'd found myself in her exact situation. Jasperose changes everything, though. Now I feel a certain responsibility. I have to really step up. Step up? Yes, to make sure I stay regarded as the exemplary model. To provide assurance that the concept of Roseness itself doesn't degrade to black market peddlers of standard shit. Basically, I need to defend the integrity of the brand. Oh my god. What? Nothing. I just missed you so much. My brand missed you too, John. Your brand has good taste in friends and kicks ass. Nerds! Hey, how do you think Kanai and Karkat are doing? They're probably getting a sturnier fall of roiling monster toys right about now. Do you think they'll be successful? At what? At talking to a monster? I don't know. I think Karkat will successfully fail to understand the monster and probably also successfully shout at the monster. Kanai, I think, will probably be successfully do something sensible in response to whatever the monster demands. So, you think they're gonna pull it off then? I'm still not sure what it is, but yes. Well, the idea was to release the frog, I think. You think so? That's what Vriska said. Vriska says a lot of things. That's the basic idea, yes, but monsters can be complicated. Regardless, I think the right person was summoned to handle it. You really trust Kanaya, don't you? Sure. Not to change the subject too hard into something maybe you don't want to talk about because of your brand, but I think you make a nice couple. You do? Yes, I thought so last time I was hanging out with you both in the screwed up timeline, but didn't say anything then. I think it's still true. I'm glad that it didn't change when I retconned some things. I am too. Maybe that means it's a strong relationship. If it can survive... God, whatever the hell happened. A hard 3-year reboot, and then the sudden presence of Vriska. When you put it that way, it really does sound like you were trying to fuck us up. Nerds! Trezzy, shush. What? I've just been minding my own business and in no way whatsoever saying anything directed at a couple of silly nerds saying dorky things. No, you said nerds twice. You always say nerds when in earshot of other people who are just being friendly. Isn't it weird how you're making this observation and no one else is? What? No? Meaning maybe I only say it when the pair of nerds in earshot happens to include you. Ack! What was that look? What look? The look you just gave me. I didn't give you a look, dingus. Yes, you did. Don't look at me like that. Whatever look you think I gave you, it was your imagination. It is possible you may be flattering yourself, Egbert. Oh, whatever. Hey, what are you even still doing here? Weren't you going to go with Dave and get ready for battle? Yes, I'm just giving him and his bro some time to themselves first. I'm sure they could use it, and whatever the hell is going on between them, the last thing I want to do is involve myself. That sounds even more awkward than lingering around you goofy bunch of nerds being all cute and mushy with your human family and friendship stuff. Yeah, you do sound put off by it. All hanging on our every word and such. It takes a whale of iron, trust me. Uh-huh. But yeah, I actually do agree. It does sound pretty awkward to be around Dave and his bro while they, get to know each other, I guess. Yep. I'm not sure how well Dave really even knew his adult bro, actually. Aside from bogusly idolizing him in a way that was really transparent that he didn't. I wonder how different Dirk is from him, if at all. I wouldn't be the one to ask. What do you think, Rose? I don't think there's anyone who could answer that. I suspect literally no one in the history of anywhere has ever met both people. Until, as of now, Dave himself. I hope Dave's okay. Wild. Egg. One second, I need to grab something. Alright. Here we go. It's me again. Murr, murr, purr. Cat sounds, stretch. Ugh. Miss me, Rose? Did you know I love you? Weird thing for me to say and you to hear, probably. I inherited the adoration our cat had for you, which now strangely is directed with the same intensity at myself because I'm you. Funnily enough, this manifests itself in a particularly acute form of narcissism, which is something we were already sort of afflicted by, and so was our cat by the very nature of the sort of animal he was. The bottom line is I'm pretty twisted up inside in all the most beautiful ways, and it's wonderful. It really isn't. Wild. As much as I enjoy getting a load of that gorgeous whiskerless mug of yours, it's not actually why I dropped by. I'm here on a curt matter of business with Jane. Huh? We have to prepare for our healing duties, hammer out a strategy and such, really sink our claws into the expensive upholstery of the problem. But first I have somewhere to take you. What? Where? There's somewhere and you really must meet before we all start skittering across the great laminated floor of combat. As the ghostly spiritual guide of whomever my whims decide I should be serving at any given moment, I can't allow another second to pass without introducing the two of you. Who? This way. You can stay here with the others until this all blows over. With who exactly? Jade, she's sleeping. Please keep an eye on her, Kay? Yes, of course, I'd be happy to. Also, a man they call the mayor is here. I don't know much about the dude myself, but apparently he's a hell of a guy. Give him my regards. I will. So, yeah. If we make it through this, I'll come back for you, and then we figure out what happens next. I can't wait. I hope you're not sick of hearing it yet, but I'm still so psyched here with us. Of course I'm not sick of it. It's just... Callie, in times such as these, you know, words have trouble cutting it. Come here. Keep me in your thoughts, okay? In the luckiest and magicest way you know how. I will, Roxy. Now, if you will excuse me, I've got a delivery to make. Maybe we should go over this again, because honestly, I'm still not sure I get it. What? Who are we actually fighting again? Jack Nor? Yeah, well, one version of Nor. There's a shitload of them, though. Which one is this? He's yours. Ours? Yeah, the one from your session. But our Jack spent months in prison. Well, I guess he broke out. He's kind of like a huge fucking deal now. When did this happen? I have no idea. I wasn't there. I guess neither was I. He's got Lord English powers, though. He's apparently, like, just wretched fucking news. Damn. He's gonna be hard to beat, even with the ultimate weapon. Some swords. Sounds like some shit is going down. Let's not downplay our sword gambit, though. I've yet to encounter a problem where a sword hidden factor into the solution, at least in some way. I bet. Bear in mind, I haven't actually solved many problems over the course of my life, but the ones that I have, man, swords prove tales of instrumental. What do you mean you didn't solve many problems? Didn't you, like, program robots and stuff? I guess I meant real problems involving people. Oh, those. So Jack has Lord English powers? Yep. Does that have anything to do with Jake? Not according to my current understanding of a mostly nonsensical body of information. What's it actually mean, then? Not sure. Mostly he's a real hard to kill, I think. Okay, well, that's decent intel, at least. He might be vulnerable to Welsh things, too. Don't quote me on that, because it'll make me sound like an idiot. Alright. Do you know when he arrives? I already said I don't know. Right. Guesstimate? Not soon enough is my best guess. And I guess also my opinion. Oh. Is everything alright? Sure. It just seems like maybe you aren't that into this. Or at least not as much as I was whenever I imagined the possibility of us meeting you. Were you? Yeah. I guess I'm not doing a very good job of showing it now. I think it's probably just what I'm like, though. You don't say. I mean, when it comes to people in general, but probably especially people who are an important part of my life. So, you think I'm an important part of your life? Yes? You don't actually know me, though. Not this me, and I'm pretty sure you didn't know the other guy either. That's true. What is it about me that's important, then? I'm not sure how to answer. Why? Because I'm getting the sense that you might disapprove of whatever I might say. Maybe you'll think it's weird that I idolized some version of you that I never knew. Idolized? See, it seems like you'd think it's weird. Yeah, I shouldn't have said anything. I don't know if it's weird, I just can't process it. Why? Because maybe not anything to do with you per se, but how I view my bro, and I've got to say, meeting you, it's not rocking my world here, or upending any paradigms or whatever. Listening to you and looking at you, it really just reminds me of him. I know you're different and all, and also like a kid, I guess. But you don't feel that different, and hearing anything like that, like about idolization, or like you were actually looking forward to this in any sincere way, it's kind of fucking jarring. Huh. So like, things between you and me, from your perspective, are we like, not cool? Well, here's well, I guess. I didn't fucking like you that much, okay? Oh. Why not? Honestly, I don't know if I want to get into it. Okay. Okay, actually, maybe I will get into it. I don't know why my friends gotta have adults around who cared about them. They complained bitterly about stuff, so I guess I convinced myself they were all in the same boat as me. But that's not how it was. Their complaints were trumped up nonsense, and I bought it because, I don't know, I didn't have any frame of reference. But his dad and her mom, no matter what they said, it was so obvious they cared about him deeply. Even Jade's weird fucking grandpa, who died when she was young, obviously would have done anything for her. Why did I get such a raw cut of the asshole deck? And why did it take me so long to figure that out? And like, he's dead now, so that's that. So all that's left to do is look back and try to put the pieces together of my first 13 years. And all I can think is, what the fuck was that? I don't come away with the impression I used to try convincing myself of, that he was like mysterious or stern or aloof. The only feeling left is this insane impression that I was raised by someone who fucking hated me. And the whole act of even raising a child was some totally fucked up game to him. Like, parenthood was one of the highest tiers of irony in his solemn bullshit bro ninja code. So he went through those motions and did whatever he thought was funny or badass. But under the weird stylistic and totally sociopathic approach to parenting, I can't even imagine there was any emotion towards me other than some sort of loathing. What did he do? I don't want to get out the laundry list, but for reference, laundry wasn't one of those things. That was just one of the many little domestic things I just had to sort of figure out. Sort of like I eventually had to learn what the real purpose of a refrigerator was for movies. Wait, what? I don't know, there's too much to even get into. Just, I don't remember the atmosphere ever not being nerve-wracking. All having to sneak around and... my shitty childhood spider senses are tingling just thinking about it. It was training, you know? But you know what it really was? It was some vicious shit that was bad and sucked, and I hated it. It didn't make me stronger, it did the opposite. It made me never want to fight. It made me never want to see blood or be near danger or hear metal sounds. It made me hate the idea of being a hero because he was a hero and he ruined the idea of heroism. I don't even want to be fighting this shitty version of Jack, but hey, nobody else has secret Welsh powers, so I guess I have to. What gets me is how long it took me to put all this together. To stop seeing it as some kind of roughhousey and eccentric life I had, but was otherwise normal. It took years to deconstruct it all and put it back together to understand how fucking mad I should be, and in particular how stone cold deeply uncared for I was my whole life. Like, being merely monitored by a violent robot. I only started getting it after spending a lot of time in person with a bunch of people who actually did care about me. And I could start feeling like actually somewhat human for the first time instead of some sort of runty afterthought to a household cabal of smutty Muppets. Puppets? The fucking puppets. I know how it sounds, but I am not joking. There is no shred of doubt in my mind that he loved all those puppets more than me. Honestly, it's very possible that he was just insane, and that's that. I guess it didn't help either that we lived with what we have come to understand may theoretically be the most evil doll to exist in any universe ever. And in fact, it's my tenuous understanding that he came down to Earth with that thing, and like actually grew up with it. Maybe spending 30-some years being inseparable from that hell puppet had some effect on him. Maybe if it hadn't been casting Apollo over our apartment 24/7 since he took me in, grinning, glaring, laughing in my sleep, maybe our lives wouldn't have been quite so. Maybe we would have. What? You okay there? Yeah. That doll. That was Cal, right? Yeah. Right. My version is empty, apparently. Whatever that means. Huh. How do you know that? A source. One supposedly knowledgeable in jujus. I never quite knew what that meant, though. Well, whatever his was, empty is never how I would have described it. Man, I don't know if I figured something out here. Like, explain something, or if I'm just driving myself crazy with this talk and nothing even needs explaining. It doesn't change my past or how I feel about him. He was still pretty much awful no matter what the reason. And I'm sure that's the only feeling I'll ever have about him. So who cares why it was like that? Yeah. That all sounds really bad. I don't know what to say, though. Maybe I shouldn't say anything, since I just remind you so much of him for, obvious reasons. I don't want to make you feel worse or make it sound like I'm offering a defense for him or me, because I don't have one for either of us. Come on, man. You didn't do anything. This was just some douchebag with your exact DNA who happened to grow up to be my bro. You had a completely different life full of, like, different choices and actions and stuff. And even if you were going to turn out like him, you barely cleared the halfway mark on getting on actually chronologically getting there. In some way, ranting about all this is probably just uncool at me because you aren't him. You're not responsible for any of this shit, but I'm sort of implicitly tacking it on you anyway, so sorry about that. I'm not sure it's true, though. At least I don't feel that way. What way? That I'm not him. The fact is I am. It's something I've come to understand about myself. All splinters of me are basically me, no matter how much I want to resist that truth, or pretend they aren't reflecting my own qualities back at me. I bear a certain responsibility for all of them. Splinters? Yeah, I guess the concept isn't that unique to me. We've all got other versions of ourselves running around here and there, throughout the various compartments of this messed up cosmos. Right. I just happen to be particularly connected to mine. I've felt haunted by them, and what that really means is I'm perpetually haunted by my own bad qualities. So when I hear about stuff I did in another reality, I'm not sure what my adult self might have ever tried to do to atone for that stuff, if anything. Pretty much dick squat. Yeah, but in any case, I'm sure I was completely in the wrong, and I'm sorry I messed up your life. Thanks, but it still feels a little odd accepting an apology from someone who I just met and technically had nothing to do with my life. Even if you do feel guilty splinterways or whatever. It's just a messed up situation, and I guess I had to vent. And there was never anyone I wanted to say all that to. And the only thing that was going to drag it out of me, I guess, was like a teen stand-in phantom of my dead bro. Just some perfectly innocent dude having to take the brunt of this shit. I'm not particularly innocent, though. I've messed a lot of things up with my friends. Honestly, that's why I wasn't that bent on sticking around. When I showed up and pretty much jumped at the offer of flying here to get ready for some yet-to-be-explained battle. Battles are easy, just you, a sword, some bad guys. It's a lot simpler than having to answer for things you did. For the most part, I feel pretty bad about the role I played in my friends' lives. Especially Jake. What happened there? I don't even know. An unmitigated disaster for which I'm entirely to blame. It's not any one thing. I think I was just a completely toxic element in his life from day one. I don't know what he's doing now. I wouldn't be surprised if he was trying to avoid me as much as possible. I'm sure that's for the best. I think I need to stay out of his business for a good while so I don't risk putting another innocent kid's life, poisoning another innocent kid's life, like I did with you, apparently. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a little different because relations between peers is a whole other thing. It's tricky shit, and you're both figuring stuff out on a relatively equal footing, and you're both at the same point in your lives. It's not like when one person is older and is supposed to be a lot more. Never mind, this is a fucked up thing to think about. But the bottom line is, yeah, laying low while you sort your stuff out can't hurt. Right. The thing with that, with my adult self's ways, the sad thing is I can really see it. How someone like me can go unchecked in life and turn out to become a much worse person than I already am. I guess I'm just relieved I still have some time to make sure that doesn't happen. You don't actually seem like a bad person to me, though. No? Nah. Why not? We did just meet after all. Because I don't know if truly bad people wrestle so much with whether they're good or bad. I think if I ever sensed my bro, struggled at all with what he was doing or who he was, or showed any sort of doubt, that might have changed everything. But there was never a crack in it, or the slightest hint of introspection behind the aggressive cool dude facade. Facade. If there was, I sure never noticed. I mean, personally, I think about it all the time now. What it actually means to be good or bad, or if not something that starkly moral, at least just trying to examine the difference between being decent and being a douche. Maybe it's because of him I worry about that now. But for me, I think that internal struggle is kind of mild. For him, or you, I mean. It sounds like some pretty dark shit, like grappling with becoming evil versus simply trying not to. Yeah, that's not too far off. But the point is, even just talking to you a little bit, it's obvious you've been fighting with that, which means you care enough to put in some effort. I think that counts for something. Maybe. Not sure if I'm ready to accept a pat on the back for recognizing I have some problems and worrying about whether they'll destroy me and fuck up the people I care about. That might be setting the bar kinda low. When it comes to the subject of him, the bar's already pretty low, dude. The weird thing, honestly, is that it's actually kind of refreshing to hear a sincerely leveled critique of all my negative qualities, coming from another person invested in a relationship with me rather than from a fucked up iteration of myself or some bizarre trollish form of self-abuse. The only thing I've ever been exposed to are either various forms of self-loathing from me or my autoresponder, or attitudes completely oblivious to my real issues as expressed through my friends. My friends always seemed to cut me so much slack, or were just never aware of the kind of person I really was. Well, Jake probably is, by now at least. But he's also the sort of guy who's just as likely to blame himself for stuff I did as he is to blame me. Jane and Roxy, though, never seemed to see anything wrong with me. If anything, just the contrary. Roxy in particular had a certain fixation. She meant well, but was so enamored of me and seemingly everything I did, which I think was the last thing I needed. To be idolized in some form by other people I respected. I had enough of that coming from within, particularly when I was younger. And since then I've been plagued by the insane ego of my youth in the form of an artificial intelligence I designed, which essentially trapped that state of mind in a sort of horrid, suspended animation until recent developments, of course. So was that stuff true when you said you idolized the other version of me? Yeah, and not in some bullshit like how I used to say the same thing about my bro when I didn't know any better. It's definitely not like that. I never lived with him or met him, so couldn't have anything like the contentious relationship you had with my older self. He was a historical figure from centuries ago. There was a lot to admire and think about fondly, especially since I was alone and never had any direct contact with another person or any concept of civilization. So even though I'm sure I romanticized what his life was like and the early 21st century in general, it was nice to think about you. I passed a lot of time that way. You say there was a lot to admire. Like what? Well, he was pretty famous, made some successful movies, at least under a somewhat expansive definition of success, and an even more expansive definition of movie. His work accumulated a lot of subversive political influence, which got him in trouble later. He made like a billion bullshit statues of liberty, scummed them up with JPEG artifacts, and littered them all over the planet. Holy shit. He was also a pretty badass swordsman and an active member of the resistance movement. He slaughtered the clown presidents on the roof of the White House and flew away on a shitty skateboard. Then it seems he gave the Vader Witch a pretty good run for her money. It wasn't enough, but at least he went out down fighting. Yeah, that. Yeah, I'm gonna need to hear more details on this sometime. Sure, but as you can tell, clearly there was a lot to look up to. I thought about the examples you set constantly, the creative ideals, the advanced theories on irony and humor, the tales of courage and martial prowess. Really, I modeled everything about myself after you, or at least everything good that I was trying to become. And I probably spent an embarrassing amount of time imagining what it would be like to live during his time, and to be able to have something resembling a sibling relationship, or be in some sort of master-apprentice situation. When I finally learned you existed and started to understand who he really was in relation to me, that put a lot into context. I realized he was a version of you who got a chance to live up to his full potential, and when I understood there was a young version of you in a situation sort of like mine, whose time on Earth got cut short when you were thrown into all this, I was at least happy to think there was some reality where you got the chance to do everything you wanted to do. Be successful and fight for all the right things, even if it ultimately didn't lead to a great outcome for humanity. You had an opportunity to live a full life and show what you were made of. Well, I guess I had the same opportunity on your world, somewhat less fortunately. Yeah, but then for all my bitching, I guess I still never grasped your full reality. Just like you probably didn't grasp mine, but just reading into the mindset of a historical figure as best you could. What if I wasn't as heroic as it seemed? What if adult me was kinda douchey too, in a way you couldn't observe? Perhaps, but beyond a certain point, I think accomplishments speak for themselves. I don't know if you can just completely shred every person who ever did great things because they had some flaws. All I can say is it was important to me to see him the way I did. As a good person who inspired me and set the standard for what I wanted to be, it kept me going. That said, I'm also glad there's this version of you who got to go through all the things you've been through. Like, yeah, you didn't get to be the cool celebrity who cuts down juggalos on badly defaced government property, and the idea of a normal life was rudely taken from you, and it's something you'll never get to experience. But this is so much more challenging and uncertain. You get to apply all that potential you showed in one reality to something much bigger and more existentially critical. Whatever strength you showed in trying to save a dying planet, the fact is I think we need that more here. And the trials inherent in being a part of something like this, I think they bring more out of you than a relatively pedestrian life on Earth would. Make you face more things about yourself. At least that's been true for me. But it sounds like it's been true for you too. It sounds like to me the experience you've had changed you a lot, for the better. You mentioned the experiences with him that were designed to make you stronger have actually made you weaker, but really I doubt that's true. I bet you've become stronger than you realized, not because of anything he did, but because of what you've done, the ways you've changed yourself through your own effort. I hope it doesn't come across as overly sentimental garbage, but it seems to me like you turned out to be a really good dude. Like, really, a better sort of dude who'd I ever imagined talking to when I pictured meeting the legendary guy I idolized. I pictured him as probably being too cool to be the type of guy you are. But you know what? Fuck being too cool for that. You don't think I'm cool? Nah. I mean, in the right way, yes. I think you are. But in the way that doesn't mean anything and doesn't matter. Not particularly. Anyway, that's all my stuff with respect to your other self. Again, there's a lot more I could say about him. Maybe stuff you should know, or maybe it's all irrelevant to the path you're on now. Regardless, I'd be more than willing to answer any questions you have about him. Or anything, really. Feel free to ask me whatever, okay? Yeah, I'll have to think. Hey. Sorry about this. What? For what I'm doing now, this bullshit right here. Oh, what? It's really fucked up of me, what I'm presently doing, so sorry about that. Oh, yeah. Yeah, man. This is some fucked up shit, alright. I know. But it's cool, don't worry about it. So fucked up. Sorry. Hey. Yes? Hey. 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 You said another hey. Are you gonna say hey again by chance? Hey. I knew it. Another hey. Can I, guess what? My first guess would be more hey, but if the thing to guess is the reason you're saying hey at me several times, I confess to being stumped. I got something for you. You do? What? That's the thing you got to be guessing. Is it the thing behind your back? Yep, but you gotta be more specific. Is it a little piece of paper that says hey on it? No, but that would be so funny. You're pretty funny. Damn, now I want to go away and start this whole shit over again so I can do that punchline instead. Maybe we should do several rehearsals first just to make sure the final performance is as funny as possible. Yes, but no. What I have for you is this. Is it real? Yeah. I mean, as real as I could make it, which I think means as real as the thing that it is and was always supposed to be when its idea is expressed as purely as possible through physical matter. Wow. What? It's a real alien egg, bottom line. It took a lot of work and I guess voidy soul searching, but I finally made it, just for you. For me? Yep. Hey, I don't know you too well, we just met, but really it was always gonna be for you. This egg is stinking useless without someone who's qualified to care for it, and that's you. Please look after the little guy. I've developed some oddly motherly feelings for the spiky fucker myself. It was like this whole quasi-intellect emotional saga or something for me to figure out how to make this freaking egg. It's a matriorb. Yeah, that. I don't believe this. How's it possible? I still don't know how you did this. Don't worry about it. It's just powers. Whoosh, whoosh, magic noises. Voila, insta-orb. Just add the subtraction of its non-existence. Thank you. No problem. I didn't think it would be this easy. I mean, not that this was easy for you by the sound of it. What I mean is I thought it was going to involve an arduous and lengthy process for myself to undertake in order to figure out how it was even possible to reconstruct the orb, let alone actually do it. Nah? Nope. So instead of all that, it's just handed to me like a nice present. Yes. I don't know what to say. This changes so much about everything I thought I had to do. Does it? The way I see it, you shouldn't have needed to worry about making the thing. I think it'll be challenging enough, like hatching it and tending to all the stuff that comes next. Isn't that basically being responsible for the preservation of an entire race of people? Like, not even simple kind of people that go about having their own babies by themselves and such. You have to set up and deal with this huge creature that does it all herself, right? Yes, that's how it works. And yes, that will be probably very challenging. Yeah, so just focus on that. I'm sure you'll have help if you need it. I mean, after all this shit is over, obviously. Hey, speaking of which, how'd it go here? Did you do the thing? Yes, I think we did the thing. Our frog should be good to go. We? Oh yeah, Carcat came too, didn't he? Where did he go? Oh, he's still in the cave, meditating. Meditating, huh? Yes. It was a very spiritually uplifting encounter with the denizen. It really, blitzed our chakras. He needs some time to clear his head. Okay. So you're Rose's girlfriend, right? I don't know. Is that what humans call a matesfrit, and the matesfrit is a girl? I don't know. Is a matesfrit the things call each other when they're girlfriends or boyfriends with each other? Yes. Aha! Then, the answer is yes? Yes. Wow. Okay, it was kind of obvious. I was just making sure. Anyway, that's cool. Did you meet on your fancy meteor vessel? In person we met there, yes. Originally we first spoke when she was still in her session. I assisted somewhat, but I think I bugged her mostly. That seems like a lifetime ago. So I guess you must have gotten to know each other a lot better during the trip. Yes, we had a lot of free time. I bet. Man, 3 years was it? That's crazy. For a whole bunch of people who only just met, including humans and aliens. Or I mean trolls. Whoops, sorry if that's rude. We call each other aliens all the time. But then you all immediately have to hunker down together for 3 years. That is very much what happened and what we had to do. It sounds fun. I kind of wish I could have been there. I guess I had my own long stint with people in my session. Only like half a year though. Which was way cool on its own, but it wasn't nearly as social as your scene sounded. It was pretty social, yes. But we also had little groups who generally convened with each other more often than the entire ensemble crowded together for a single or noisy affair. Such events were pretty rare, so maybe not as social as you were picturing. In fact, it was quite a subdued situation compared to the crowd I was formerly accustomed to congregating with. There were 12 of us back then. Yeah, wow! I remember hearing about that from a friend who never even existed in this frame of reference. I guess that's another weird thing about my little sojourn to get to this point. It's all made of memories now that didn't even happen for other people. That does sound like a lonely predicament in its own particular way. A sort of sacrifice you've had to make, yes. Yeah. Sacrifice abounds, it would seem. I don't know if anyone presently alive who hasn't had to trade something very important to them in exchange for continuing to be a material seeker in this endeavor. You were forced to trade something too, but in return you've been able to do something. Something so wonderful that I guess I'm judging your accomplishment from an especially personal vantage. But no matter what else you've been through, I believe you can say you've done something as important as anyone could ever hope to do. Ah, yes. I hope so. I really hope it all works out and you make a super successful troll world too. Yeah. I want it to be a good place, not so much like where I'm from. It all sounds really daunting, actually. Even if just the propagation of my... not even just the propagation of my kind, but managing to do it responsibly. Just causing millions of beings to exist for the sake of doing so. And dismissing responsibility for what sort of people they become. That isn't good enough for me. I think Echidna was right. I'll need him. Who? Oh, nobody. Let's say it was a figure of speech. I'll need everyone. Whoever is good and wishes to have a hand in the way our world is shaped. Count me in. I will, but as of this immediate point in time, I don't know what to do anymore. Before you came, I was on my way to join you and Rose and John. Feeling quite sure I was about to get ready to fight, but then he gave me this, and now I'm unsure of everything to which I just imminently committed myself. How so? I want to help us win, but I also have a lot of responsibility now. In a way that's much more tangible and also spiky and round and sharp than just a few minutes ago. And I feel I have to consider risk to myself is now also the same as risk to the future of my people. Does that make sense? Ooh, I see. Yeah. It is like say a mother wolf being all ready to stand up to some other asshole of nature, like a nasty bear, and she's ready to fight and all, but she's got to think about what happens to her pups if she gets hurt, yeah? Something like that, except I'd relate more to an analogy that didn't involve weird alien creatures. Oh, sure. Just imagine instead of a wolf, it's like a mother, help me out here. Muscle beast. A beautiful mother muscle beast, and instead of a bear, it's, a Metroid. Let's say good enough. Damn straight. In fight of the year right there. But yes, that concern is completely understandable. You don't gotta fight if you don't want, but I'm sure we could really use the help. Would I actually be of much use? I think so. I'd look at it this way. None of this next-gen troll stuff is even gonna matter if we don't win this fight. So we have to prioritize beating all the goddamn villains, especially the witch. Any extra edge is gonna help. And though I admit I don't know much about you, I'm feeling pretty confident in my assessment that you're probably some sort of sick, deadly bitch. Who told you my secret? I knew it. In fact, I would bet that you could use your concern for all your future space pups to be way extra deadlier in this fray. Maybe you'd make all a difference. The point is, we need you now just as much as anyone in the future will. And we're all risking stuff and all in this together. And if you're with me and Rose and John, don't worry. We ain't gonna let anything happen to you. I promise. Dang. Dang? That was really motivational, and I feel really very inspired now. For real? Yes. A little corny, but definitely genuine and moving. And now I'm suddenly psyched again to go dunk a narcissistic fish woman into a sea dumpster. Fuck yes! Not to project myself as someone fickle or lightly swayed on big decisions. Maybe it was just a roughly 30-second spell of cold feet, and I just snapped out of it, but I don't know. But you really do have this, seem to have a way with motivational words. You must be a natural leader, and I think your group was lucky to have you. Me? Nah. I'm not naturally good at that at all. I mostly just yelled at my friends because they were such a gaggle of frustrated bozos. I guess I'm just feeling way inspired by the fact everyone is here together and we're all about to try and do something huge and important. I've also watched John in action a bit, and he's very good at that stuff. He's actually so good at being inspiring, he's inspired me to try and be more inspiring? That sounds dumb as hell, but it's true as shit. I also love how he's got no idea how good he is at leadery stuff. It is so inspirationally friggin' adorable. Shall we go then? We hella shall. Wild. I'll be taking this if you don't mind. Not that I care if you mind, for that matter. Not that there's any chance you could possibly mind what anyone does with this deadly secret weapon, since you've made it perfectly clear what sort of person you want to be, which is to say someone who's dedicated her entire existence to being utterly useless. Wait, which version of me are you? Are you alive? Be quiet, I'm talking. Look at you, just look at you. How completely pathetic. What? What's your problem? My problem is you make me fucking sick. Did you know that? That it was possible for you to go so far down whatever toilet you decided to jump into however long ago that you could literally make your own stomach turn? I mean, my god. What are you talking about? Is it my new clothes and tattoo and stuff? Look, I remember feeling that way too, all stuck up about certain... It's not your new look. I mean, not that it's the slightest bit flattering. In fact, I think it's perfect for you. I couldn't possibly imagine a style more impeccably suited to what a loser you've become. Loser? Hey, come on now, Yes, loser. You're a loser. I'm sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but that is what you are now. Are you really so far removed from reality that you can't see it? Did this transformation happen so gradually that you just didn't notice? I find that hard to believe, and frankly more than a little disturbing that some version of me could let that happen to herself without being at least somewhat aware of the dreadful decline of personal integrity that was taking place. I'm not a loser, though. I like who I've become. I actually feel happy and good about my life for the first time in maybe forever. Like, actually good about my life in a way that feels real instead of forced. Don't you realize that's what it was like for us? You don't have a life. You're dead, remember? I'm the one with the life, and I fully intend to use it in a relevant and constructive way to help bring an end to all the horrible shit that's been going on for too long. Remember when you used to care about that sort of thing? No, obviously not. All you care about now is bullshit, hipstery fashion trends, feeling happy, and whatever the fuck it is you're doing here. Frolicking with some horses in an ugly field or some shit? Just absolutely disgraceful. How could I have become so selfish? You do know this is selfish, right? This isn't having some fucking epiphany or like growing as a person or whatever self-serving spin you might be putting on what's happening here. It's just plain narcissism, the worst kind you're capable of. A total renunciation of any responsibility for contributing to the greater good. And it makes me fucking sick. No, that's not what it's like. You don't understand. You haven't, been through... Been through what? I've been through plenty. Don't get patronizing with me. How'd you die again? Weren't you being stubborn and insisting on going off to fight Jack even though that was obviously an ill-conceived plan that was going to get everyone killed? There it is again, making it all about you, even when trying to be heroic. You let that blind you and did something really stupid, basically leaving no other option but for you to get killed. So since you started your journey as a ghost with that little feat of self-absorption, is it any surprise that after however many pseudo-sweeps floundering around as a lost soul, this is where you end up? A shamelessly self-indulgent punk-ass nobody? Wait, are you saying you didn't try to go fight Jack? What happened? How are you the version that's still alive? Different shit happened. And from that point on, I started making better choices, unlike you. Contrary to your lazy, fakey, happy shit, I've actually grown as a person. What do you think of that, you frivolous, dithering bitch? Honestly, I can barely even stand to look at you. I could really get out of here and spare myself the nausea. Yet I keep standing here wasting my time dishing out this well-deserved smackdown. Maybe I'm paralyzed by disgust? Why are you being so mean to me? Mean, I'm just telling it like it is, sister. The truth is often harsh. That's something you used to understand. But now you appear to be the physical embodiment of everything I detest. God, I just can't get over your shitty makeover. Ah. Hey, did you gain weight too? What? No, I didn't. I'm not. Yes, you did. I'm not blind, you know. I'm not fat. Sure, tell yourself whatever you want. Whatever lets you be at peace with your new life. Why are you saying all this stuff to me? What did I ever do to you? I don't Holy shit, is that actually getting to you? Isn't it? Unbelievable. Well, that tears it. You really are beyond any sort of redemption. Fucking incredible. Whatever happened to having a thick skin? Letting stuff roll off your back. Not letting shit get to you because you always knew you were better than the one staying in it. Guess this is what you call happiness now? Letting a few tiny barbs shatter your self-esteem? You aren't happy. You're a hilarious train wreck combined with a sad punchline, and I'm ashamed to share an identity with you. Stop it! Oh, don't worry, Sir Cat, I'm done here. I'm off to do something useful like winners do, something you wouldn't know anything about. Just leave me alone. How could I have ever been so awful? Okay, this is just getting embarrassing. Time to shove off. Though truth be told, I should probably delay killing Lord English a little longer, just so he can put you out of your misery. Just go away! I hate you. Your wish is my command, loser. Time to get some awesome shit done and grab the reins on a relevant, proactive existence. Shit, I'm feeling more adventurous and worthwhile as a person just thinking about it. Anyone who feels the same way is more than welcome to join me. Say, how about you, punkin'-looking pixies? Does it sound like it might be the cut of your jib? Don't talk to her. She doesn't want anything to do with a piece of shit like you, and neither do I. Take your stupid treasure and your smug garbage about relevance and get the fuck out of here. Come on, Mina, let's ditch this evil hag and find something else to do. Mina? What's wrong? Come on. Yeah, Vriska, listen. What? Fuck, I don't know how to say this. What is it? I think I might go, actually. With Vriska, I mean, that one. No, please, Mina, you can't. I don't know if this whole thing is... Fuck. Mina, no. I'm not, like, agreeing with her on a lot of that stuff. I'm bored. But I thought you liked... I did. I mean, I do. I'm just sick of sitting around not being part of anything. I want to see some action, you know? Oh, I want to go kill a bad guy. Okay, yeah, I get that. Hey, me too. Look, see, I do too. Forget what I said. We can go fight him together. Just not with her, okay? I couldn't handle that. It can just be you and me. Yeah, see, I don't know about that. The thing is, I think what I'm saying here is as great as it's been. Like, really great. I think this has gotta be... it? It? No. No. Why? Mina, please don't do this. You heard the lady. She's made up her mind. Stay out of this. Mina, you have to stay. I don't know what I'll do if you're gone. I don't have anyone else out here. I'll be all alone in this fucked up place. I never told you this, but it's terrifying in here. It's terrifying being dead and having to live through memories forever and dealing with the fact that nothing really means anything. It's infinite and dark and it's all being ripped apart. And you're the only one who ever made me feel good about being here. You're the only one who ever made me feel good about being anywhere. Please don't... Vriska, damn. Why is this shit so hard? Not even lying. This is like hardest shit I ever did. I can't even fully explain. It's just how I think it's gotta be. But it doesn't. You don't have to do this. Yeah, I think on that point, we're just gonna have to algae to disalgae. I cannot... believe you're doing the fish fun thing while you're breaking up with me. Sorry, Cirque. It's just the way of my peeps. Here's the thing. I don't think any of that shade just thrown at you is true. I like you a lot and all, but, like, she has a point on one thing, which is you changed a lot. Not for worse, or not better or worse or anything. I ain't qualified to make that call, just different. From the way you were when we met. Happier, I guess? Dunno, man, if you say so, then yeah. What I see, though, is someone who gradually turned, like, vulnerable as shell, and that is really scary to me because of the way I am. I don't think I'm really the sort of person to be trusted with those kinds of feelings. See, the problem is, you don't actually know me very well. Nobody does, and the main thing about me is, that you gotta account for, or I guess I gotta account for, on behalf of the feelings of people I don't want to see get hurt is, how do I say this? What you need to know is, like, I'm bad. No, Mina, wait. I don't care if you're bad. I mean, I don't even think that's true, but I don't care if it is. Please don't do this. Don't go, at least not right away. Can you just stay a little longer so we can talk about this? Sorry, Vriska. I'm really sorry. Time to say goodbye, Mina. Oops. Time to say goodbye, Mina. I just did. Let's just get out of here, okay? You got it. You made the right choice, Paxis. Now let's go round up that army. Let's try this choice thing again, one more time. This time with only 2 choices, nice and easy. Hey, works like a charm. 2 sweet, simple choices for 2 sweet, simple kids. There you go. One last gluttonous chomp at the warm free will pie before y'all say goodbye. Don't say this website never did anything for you. Don't you dare. There you are. I've been looking forward to meeting you, dear. You have? Who are you? I'm you. But most know me as John's Nana. Woohoo. Oh, yes. He told me about you. Gosh. Pleased to meet you. Nana, I guess I should call you? Suits me. Calling you Jane might feel a bit strange. Also, perhaps disrespectful? And why is that? It is my name, after all. Yes, but you're my senior by many decades, I gather. And you have so many more years of life experience and wisdom, and you seem to be dressed like a clown? Not to disparage your fanciful attire, I quite like it. I just mean that you've been through more than I can imagine. I couldn't call you by my name, it would feel wrong and flippant to treat you like my equal. But really, Jane, the honor of meeting you is all mine. I've been looking forward to it so much since I learned of your existence. Ever since I spent that one day helping John through his session, there haven't been many reasons for me to feel particularly worthwhile. Yes, I tended to him and his sister for several years, baked for them, lent a sympathetic ear when needed, but in a way, it's been a lonely life for me since my ashes fell on this silly old sprite. I've been strictly an auxiliary actor. There only to serve others even during my greatest moments to shine. So when I heard of you, a version of myself who was a true hero, so young, empowered, and had to embark upon a life filled with consequential deeds, I was absolutely giddy. I knew that we had to meet. Oh, my. You really feel that way about me? Yes, Jane. I do not mean to suggest I regret the way my life has gone, of course. I lived a very humble life, as free of intrigue and adventure as possible by choice. You see, I grew up in dangerous circumstances. I knew how cruel the woman who raised me could be, and what she might do to me or to the people I loved if I made waves or demonstrated any sense of defiance. So I lived simply. I started a family and operated a quiet joke shop. I always knew trouble was brewing. They were the best years of my life. Yet I always had a little more knowledge than I ever let on, and used my understanding in subtle ways to help those to whom the torch would be passed down in this great fight. But then I made the transition from knowing some things in life to knowing a great deal more in death. Being resurrected as a sprite endowed me with very deep knowledge of the game and its broader circumstances. I was in peak form, a true harlequin wise woman, and there was nary a question I couldn't answer. And then the dear kids scratched their session and cast themselves into the unknown. I ventured with them, and so I too lost my bearing on the nature of what lay ahead. I went from my prime, a state of all understanding, to a state of absolute uncertainty. For the first time in about as long as I could remember, I had no idea what to expect next. It was quite freeing in a way. I had a wonderful 3 years on that ship with those lovely children. I thought little of what challenges were ahead, but when I did, my thoughts would always drift toward you, Jane. Thinking about you, and this adventure you were about to begin, it made me feel like a child again. It gave me the feelings I used to have for the limitless potential of life, before my stepmother snuffed them out, confronting me with the reality that life would have to take a considerably more limited shape if I wished to survive. So when I look at you now, I see the potential I had as a child to finally being realized, but in a much more special way than I ever would have imagined back then. It makes me so proud to see you as a heroic young woman, ready to make a difference and forge your own destiny. I just wanted to tell you this before you go off to battle. Oh, jeez. Nana, I don't know what to say. Thank you for those inspirational words. Hoo-hoo. I think John was really lucky to have you as a sprite, not to mention a grandmother, of course. It's no wonder he appears to have his act together. Maybe I would have been better off if I had someone like you to advise me from the start of all this. Maybe I wouldn't have felt so lost. It's normal to feel lost, though. And believe me, needing to find your own way in time will make you a lot wiser than having an old lady around to spoon-feed you all the answers. In any case, you had me now. I think it's been quite a long time since John has needed my guidance. The boy has grown so much since he clobbered me with that joke book on that fateful day. From now on, I'll be pleased if you would consider me your sprite. Wow. Oh my goodness, yes please. In fact, I heard from the cat girl that you and she are on healing duty in this spectacular fray coming up. It so happens that healing is my specialty, next to baking, of course, and pranks. Why don't I assist? That would be great too. Oh, and Jane, one more thing, just so you know. There are actually 2 of me. Wild. Tavern Sprite, thank you for surreptitiously scouting away with me to my planet. I hope they all don't think me too much of a soggy knickerbocker for ducking off without making the rounds and saying goodbye. I just needed a way to clear my head and I guess get my dander up for this great green man fracas I am just solely content with, apparently. Say, Tower Sprite, you'll help me with this impending pugilism, won't you? Oh yeah, I'm definitely ready to bring the sick fire to those guys alleged to be inside an enchanted oven. Attaboy, Tabby. Oops, is it okay if I call you Tabby? Yes, I love it. Actually, wait. No, I think I won't on second thought. Tabby sounds fucking stupid. Yeah, probably, okay. So we're agreed then. We wait here and limber up and flex our stupendous guns a bit, and then let's sail our haymakers into the circus trundle. Once the circus trundles into town. I probably understood that remark and agree. I just wonder if there's anything else for me to do aside from kiss my knuckles and lather them up with El Gapo grease. Turn my 10 favorite boys out for a bracing constitutional, you know. No? Should I be soul-searching, or straining my brain to have some sort of magnificent epiphany about myself? Is this it for me? Is this all there is to understand? Maybe there's only so much ragged wood a man can scrape up from a barrel's basement. Maybe sometimes a fellow's gotta fess up to the fact that all there is to get about him has been firmly got already. I've pretty much concluded that I am a complete waste of everyone's time if I bother busying their lives with my brand of beeswax and buffoonery. I settled square on that determination. On the determination that I need to just be alone for most of my life. And you know what? I'm perfectly okay with that idea. I'm just a lunkhead and a loner, and that's that. What else is there to wonder about myself or my future except which face is most deserving of my fist? Since you put everything that way, and since sometimes it's hard to disagree with a lot of consecutive words, I think I agree with you. Maybe you figured out everything about yourself that matters. That'd be awesome. Let's both put extra effort into hoping that's true. That's the ticket. I love my aspect. It feels so empowering every time I want to feel like something's real when tons of facts are missing. I really am a lucky son of a bitch. Aren't I, Tabby? Shit, I mean Tavros, right? Black. What a bad nickname, sorry. But yeah, that's pretty much what the doctor ordered for old jank English. No romantic stuff, no platonic stuff either. I'll be like Mr. Non-Rom Sandsflat or horse noodles. There has to be a terminology that more effectively consolidates my present understanding of myself into a coherent entity I can get enthusiastic about. Maybe the troll lingo has the answers, or maybe I'm pioneering into some sort of shadow quadrant system. Oh lordy, wouldn't that be a swift kick in the nether dumplings? What do you think, Taffy boy? Should I take my idea to the troll patent office and make a mint? I don't think we have a thing like that. Also, all my people are extinct, and my planet is badly exploded. Oh yeah, oopsie. But yeah, tragedy situation's not in consideration. I sympathize entirely with your social impasse, causing not good reflections about yourself. That maybe also double as liberating stuff. About you that you randomly decide is fine suddenly. Old acquaintances and guys you once called friends, those are very hard, because over time they get exposed too much to all my flaws and insecurities, and they start liking me less because of that. At least that's how the truth feels in my brain. So I start thinking, maybe they can't be that important to me after all if I don't want to feel not sad about myself all the time. But then also, I really do enjoy making new friends, and even though I don't have many talents or battle skills or intelligence or discernible positive qualities, one thing I think I'm good at that people underestimate is making new friends who don't know my flaws yet. Yeah. Cheese and crackers havers, what an inspirational little spiel that was. Mayhaps you've more concealed talents than you let on. No, absolutely not, but thank you. Achoo! Achoo! Tabmeister, are you okay? Achoo! Achoo! Heavens to Murgatroyd, Park Avenue, what's the matter? Achoo! Achoo! Speak to me, Lobster Tavioli. Achoo! 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 Hey, Ricky Ticky Tabby, lay it on me, bro. Do you need to go to a hospital or what? Achoo! Ach! Oh, no, not... Achoo! Not you! Relax, my sternulating acquaintance. I have just the magic thing for you because I'm a magical being squared. Take this curative tablet. It will make those cat allergies slink away as if they saw a raccoon out the window. Oh yes, Achoo! Thank you. Gulp. Wow, it worked like a charm. I love magic. I'm so glad it's real. Couldn't agree more. That pill was a placebo, by the way. It's actually one of the buttons from my velvet pillow. Ooh. Thank you so much, Magic Sorceress Catwoman, for your ensorcelled curative placebo button. This is going to change my life. Yes, I thought you wouldn't understand what that meant, and that the button would continue to do the trick. I'm so pleased as usual to see that I was right, not that it was ever in doubt. Now, since that hideous brouhaha of spittle, mucus, and shouting has subsided, peace and quiet has revisited these hills, and I am free to do my work. It is the most important work that has ever been undertaken, or even attempted in this gloomy session. You there, master of this land. Tell me, where's your Colonel Sprite? Never mind. You don't know anything. I was only asking as a polite formality anyway, since it is right there in plain sight. Jake, drumroll please. Hold on, I'll go, don't you dare actually play some drums, it was a figure of speech. Wow, well hello there, beautiful. Fret no more, sweet princess, for as long as I am here, you'll never suffer such indignity again. How could anyone let such monstrous injustices happen to one so dear? What filth would dare to debase you in this manner? To say it was the marginalization of a bright and pure spirit, to say it was murder, this would be too flattering to the perpetrator. What happened to you was nothing less than the desecration of a masterpiece. My mystic kitty cat senses divine that you've been mistreated for a stretch of your life, far preceding your demise. It detects that you may have been toyed with and disrespected by none other than the supreme puppeteer of unrepentant horseshit himself. And who would dare claim a greater atrocity has been committed in some godforsaken furl of paradox space? Say it now, and I will hiss and growl and curse your name. You are gorgeous, dear, sweet Nefetta. You deserve only happiness and fulfillment, and from this moment forward I shall see to it that those are the only things you will ever know. Hi. Oh no. This is great, technically, but... Oh no. Achoo. Achoo. Help, I need... Achoo. I need... Another... Achoo. I need another magic pillow button. Huh? Hey, anyone there? Yes, I'm here. Who's this? Is this Joke I'm speaking to? Yes. Hi, Joke. Nice to hear from you again. This is Vriska. Who? God damn it, never mind who. The really attractive and outspoken girl you just saw jump into a window a little while ago, remember? Oh yeah. Hello again. What can I do for you? Glad you asked, buddy. You know, for a mostly inconsequential wimp, you're very polite and have great attitude. Thanks, I try my best. Is Tavros there? Yes, he's sneezing a lot, though, probably due to the recent surging number of cat people in the vicinity. Would you like to speak to him? No. God, no, that would just waste time on a lot of his pointless hemming and hawing. My business here is really simple. I just need to close one more significant loophole before you all start fighting. This is the final remaining task I had reserved for Tavros. He doesn't know what it is yet, though, so I'll need your help, Joke. Sure, what do you need? I need you to reach into your pocket. My pocket? I don't think I have pockets. I'm just wearing a snug pair of underpants. No, your hoodie pocket. Oh, these things have pockets? Okay, reaching into my pocket now. What the hell is this? How did this get in there? Don't worry about that. Just throw it on the ground. Alrighty? Did he take the bait? What? Did the cat pass on the mouse? Oh, yes. Good, now tell Tavros he has to grab that cat. It's mission critical. Okay? Hey, Tavros Sprite! Achoo! That bossy troll girl says you need to apprehend this feline I have apparently summoned. She says it's really important. Oh, achoo! Why? It's like part of a mission she was wanting to give you or something? Achoo! Yeah, okay, that makes sense, I guess. Oh dear. Oh no. Oh no. Achoo. 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 You still there? Yeah, what happened? I had to neutralize another wildcard threat in the session. Who the fuck knows what that first Guardian cat would have done during your battle? Or for that matter, to what extent it's still in the service of the Condess. Cats are pretty mysterious after all. I needed to take it out of the picture. The best way to do it was to sweep it up into the body of a person who's much more manageable and mentally suggestible. Tavros can still ride out this whole battle while sleeping peacefully now, which frankly is better for him, and a lot better for all of you, now that you don't have to worry about another brainless omnipotent critter scurrying around wreaking havoc. You just have to make sure he doesn't wake up until the action is over. Same rules apply to him that apply to Jade. So, he's like that permanently now, right? Yep. That's how prototyping works. I made sure he was never double prototyped over the course of the session for this exact reason. Sometimes it takes a little patience and long-range planning to make sure all the loose ends are tied up. But doesn't that mean he's now allergic to himself? Is he? I don't know, man. I never really knew how bad his allergies were. You know what? Whatever. When this is all over, I guess he'll have to deal with a little sneezing now and then. But he'll also have a bunch of totally sick godlike powers, so that's pretty cool, right? Look, kid, you're a little new to the extended scene of everything going on here. But there's kind of been a long history of people underappreciating how much shit I do for this guy. That looks kind of bad, but is actually in his best interest. He'll wake up, acclimate to his new existence, and when the time comes, I'm sure he'll be thanking me later. I see. Yeah, when you put it that way, I guess you're right. Maybe old Tabby's actually pretty lucky to have a friend like you. There you go. See, Joke? You're a lot smarter than people give you credit for. Anyway, I can't stand around all day yakking about this. All in all this was really a minor chore to take care of. I've got much bigger fish out here to fry out here in the ring. Give my best to everyone there, and good luck with the fight. Okay, that little point of business is done. Thanks for bearing with me. Executing this whole strategy has turned out to be a really ambitious project. Nice watch, Steely. How much that worth? How much? I have no idea. I guess it depends on a lot of things. Like the units of currency, the presumption of an actual market for it, its scarcity. Honestly, I just alchemized the thing quite easily, and somebody else probably could too. God damn it, that answer was too complicated. Got a fucking processor of economics over here. Are you saying you want to buy my spider watch? Nah, sir, spider swag ain't my kettle of fish. I didn't think so. Anyway, like I was saying, that takes care of that. At this point, I think we could use a debriefing. Would you care to do the honors? What? Regarding the mission you were previously involved with, which I can only presume gradually fizzled out. Securing this weapon, searching for a lost cherub, raising an army to defeat Lord English. Ooh, right. Man, that old thing. Yeah, I can debrief. I ain't much a storyteller, though. Much to the lament of my former bestie. That's fine, I don't need you to dazzle me here. I just want the fucking scoop. That's why you're the top circ. Hey. What? Can I ask a kind of personal question? I mean, not even that personal, but whatever. Sure. How old are you? Almost 7.5 sweeps? Getting close to 8. I probably sound like a fucking nerd, but I've been excited about reaching that milestone pretty much my whole life. 7.5, huh? I guess that's a little more respectable. More respectable than what? Nothing. Change of subject. That old ass mission. Yeah, so we all piled in a damn pirate ship and sailed around the ring in this huge circle. English followed us and wrecked shit as he went. That helped us chart a path to the treasure somehow. You'd like using black maps and junk with like cartographic calculations and scopes and fucking sextants and whatnot. I'm not even sure how, but that weird ass idea actually worked. We found the treasure. Well, you did. But you were also kind of going nuts and driving everyone away from the crew. I stuck around though because I didn't give a flying grub. Arania bailed though. She got wind of that magic ring and I guess it got to her. The delusions of grandeur about being alive again and doing relevant shit. So she ollied out and stole it and made the most embarrassing mess of things I've ever heard of anyone doing ever. She totally failed in whatever she was trying to do. Got the ring ganked from her, then died again. I never saw or heard from her ever since, and to be honest, I don't really want to. That left just me and you. Well, other you. Trying to figure out what to do with this deadly box of treasure. Basically, we couldn't decide on anything, and we were feeling pretty flat on the plan overall, so we just gave up and wandered off to do other shit for a while. And she mellowed way the fuck out, which is actually sort of cool for a bit, but also sort of... Okay, never mind that. We just kept bubble hopping for I don't even know how long, which got, really boring after a while. I never had this hump tortoise to tell her, though. Until now. In fact, I pretty much just forgot about the whole plan until you showed up. You made it sound pretty cool again, so I was like, yeah, I'm on board. And that's basically the whole story. Oh, yeah. And that lost cherub part of the plan. As far as I know, that was a bogus red distraction fish, and she probably don't matter at all. Guess that's everything. Good recap. At least you both had the presence of mind to hang on to the weapon. Now it's up to us to use it. What about this army, though? It still sounds like an important part of the plan to me. Having just the two of us walk straight up to Lord English, cold gobble fiend, that sounds like a recipe for disaster, weapon or no weapon. An army of ghosts throwing everything they've got at him sounds like a great strategy. Like a sort of buffer, giving us a little space to get ready to deploy the weapon when he seems vulnerable. Yeah, that makes sense. Do you think we pick that up where we left off? Man, dunno. That was one of the things that made us wonder if it was even worth bothering anymore. It was mostly this whole mind control stunt. Apparently, Arania was towing most of the load there, then she pieced the hell out and got owned. I see. Then yeah, this is gonna be a little trickier than I thought. Why don't we brainstorm on it for a while? Alright? Got anything yet? Nope. Me neither. Well, fuck. It's not a huge deal. We've got plenty of time to come up with something. There's no rule that says we even need an army. We just need a way of deploying the weapon that'll maximize the probability it'll actually work. True. We'll figure it out. So, do you even know what the weapon does yet, or... Not specifically. We only know that it's some sort of juju that'll activate when it gets near him. We don't have it to do anything at that point, theoretically. The weapon should just take over. All we have to do is go on a bunch of vague stories we heard. All we have to go on is a bunch of vague stories we heard along the way through dream bubbles. I presume it's something obvious like sort of charm. It's something obvious like sort of charm that releases an extremely powerful attack. Other sources allude to more specific consequence. That the weapon actually contains the souls of some incredibly powerful warriors of legend who came close to beating him once, so he trapped them inside the charm and vanished it to the void. And if that's the case, then I guess the weapon just releases them so they can finish the job? Guess we'll find out. Should be exciting. Still, it's way too risky to try springing it on him without creating a major distraction first. Really, the Ghost Army idea sounded like the perfect approach. No wonder that was the original plan. Whose idea was that anyway? Yours? Yeah, I figured as much. There's got to be a better way to get that out off the ground again. I guess we don't have my ancestors' advanced abilities anymore. But at least we have mine to work with, right? If you say so. So between my mind control powers and your what was it you do again? I make fucking money, bitch. I see. Sorry for doubting you, Mina. That's, I'm sure that'll come in real handy. I saw you rolled a Maya Circ. You ain't a ghost, you can't get away with that shit. Hey. What the hell is that? Tavros? Yes, that's me. Hi again, finally. Alive, Vriska? That seems like a different twist of events I didn't expect, and don't understand, but it doesn't change much about my current major accomplishment. What accomplishment? What are you doing with all these ghosts? Is this a ghost army? It is indeed. And I'm to believe you're responsible for this? You can believe whatever you like. Believing, as always, is half the battle when it comes to making things marginally less fake. But the fact that I personally built this army myself is going to be a fact, whether you decide to believe in it or not. Oh, bullshit. You must have had help or something, or used some kind of trick. Tell me the truth, Nish. How'd you get this done? Who's pulling the strings? Strings? Who's influencing the minds of all these ghosts? Me. Well, not presently, but I did before, and now, here they are following me. You? You must be joking. You don't have those kinds of powers. I mean, unless ghosts are sort of like a kind of animal. I mean, is that how it works? Are ghosts actually fucking animals? No. Vriska, trust me, there's no communion involved, or escapades of the mind. Only escapades of the heart. What sort of hideous fuck-twitted baloney drivel are you spouting? Your prattle socket this time. What I mean is I convinced them all to join me, Vriska, using words and smiles and friendship. No. No? No. But, have you considered yes? No! This can't be... I don't see how... Do you know what this means? Do you know what this fucking means? Maybe? It means... You actually did something useful for once. I don't know how I'm even supposed to process or handle this information. It's completely messed up is what it is. My entire worldview is shattering around me. It can't be true. It can't. Somebody slap me. I need to wake up from this horse shit. Alright, but don't touch me. Mina, is this real? Tell me I'm not going insane. Please confirm for me that Tavros, for once in his preposterous life, or death or whatever, has at least momentarily stopped being a totally useless sack of shit. It's fucked up, but true. God damn it! Fuck this, I can't accept this reality. Nope, no way, won't do it. No. No, 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 no. Oh, but maybe more like yes. Yes, 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 yes. Ah, yeah. Bitches. Or failing that, something less discourteous to women to call you both. I bet you never saw it come in from your once dear and loyal Swabby that your poop master would come through, and that he too would enjoy a successful and gratifying arc of personal development. Ooh, it feels so good to do a conclusive thing that absolutely and beyond all question retroactively vindicates me as a person and erases all of my flaws. How does that feel, you charismatic and cunning unpleasant lady? How you like that, you winner? Do you like how, figuratively speaking, I just siphoned that urine out of the idea or all that, and I'm all shat? Yeah. Do you like getting owned? Because that's maybe what you're currently getting now. Owned! So might I invite you to suck it? Suck it! The Tavros finally did something useful, Charleston. Tavros. The Tavros gets to have a successful character art shuffle. Tavros. The Tavros tells Veska to go suck it, Cabbage Patch. Tavros. The Tavros is feeling pretty pleased with himself all of a sudden. Air guitar. Tavros! Okay, you win. You did something great and it was a big help, so thanks for that. I mean that sincerely. Could you just never dance again like ever? That's all I ask. Yes, it's a deal. Awesome. Okay, now that we have a ghost army assembled, the weapon in hand, and settled on the determination that the lost cherub probably doesn't matter at all, I think it's time to make a plan. Hold up, something don't feel right about this. What? This army, who the flip's in charge of this jam? In charge? Please don't tell me it's the dancing weenie poop boy. I don't think he's technically in charge. He just motivated them all to join in the fight through the power of friendship. Yes, exactly. Yeah, but an army's gotta follow orders, otherwise it ain't an army. It's a bunch of assholes who all happen to be standing in roughly the same vicinity. I see your point. What are you suggesting? I should rule the army. Rule? Don't you mean, like, be the general of it? I think that's usually how it works. Shall know, Glover fucker. I should rule these sons of fishes. It's in my blood. Also, I fucking wanna. And I probably won't take no for a clamser. Hey, that sounds fine to me. A little discipline applied to this swarm of dead idiots isn't gonna double kill them. I'm just not sure how feasible it is. Cavros is the one who rounded them all up, so I assume they're all currently listening to him when it comes to the marching orders. I see how it is. Hey you, Swabby. Yes? I hereby challenge you for leadership of this army. What? Get your fucking dukes up, Hoopa Pansy. Whoa, no. Oh no, let's not do that. Yes, let's. It'll be Finn. Finn? Fun, you ass. Now hit me, you seaweed sucking sandal stuffer. But I think it's a good idea that you lead the army. I don't even contest that at all. Ah, man. Why does everyone always gotta do shit the boring way? I'll just let everyone know you're the new leader, okay? Alright, how's this? I'll buy him off you. Just name your price. I got a lot of gold, you know. Do I look fucking poor to you? Tell me I look poor. I love and dare you. No, I believe you. I think you're probably way wealthy. Then tell me how much gold I need to unload to make this shit happen. But I don't want gold. Firstly, I really doubt it has much intrinsic value in this context because we aren't even on a planet whereby such ores are scarce. We're just in an abstract field of fleeting illusions, and there's surely no market of exchange anywhere here that would help dictate the fluctuating price of such a commodity, or even any monetary basis of comparison for that price if it actually existed. Why, yes, it is Why the shit is everybody a fucking economist all of a sudden? Oh, rumble. Pedantic motherfucks don't know gold equals riches, period. It doesn't have to be an argument about gold or economies or anything else. I said it's a good idea that you lead us. I like the idea. Alright, fine. Go ahead and be nice about it. What do I care? I fully recognize, through the customary traditions of normal culture, that you're the one who's most fit to rule, and while I may excel at friendship, I don't have the leadership things of being harsh and bossy. But those are leadership things you have probably because of your blood, so starting now I completely defer and prostrate to my new empress. Oh man, what the fuck? Your Majesty, I exist only to do your bidding suddenly. Tavros, will you get the fuck up? No, don't. Stay down there, exactly like that. Of course, Your Highness. I think I like this. I think I really like this. A whole club and lot. This feels right, yo. Yeah, good. Excellent work, Slavian Chief. I hereby promote y'all from Foof Master to Foof Lord. Wow. You earned it. Now turn that way. I want to address my legion of loyal homies. Yes, my liege. Listen up, buoys and goals. I ain't much for inspirational speeches, but here goes one in an anyway, so whatever, and listen the fuck up. Your friendly sandal pack and Foof Lord just flipped the keys to this bitch over to me. So as y'all's former heiress and current empress, I hereby officially decree I'm the boss now. You gotta do what I say, follow my orders to the letter, not just cause all our ghosts are at stake, and existence itself depends on it, but because I'm the bomb. And all the shit I say is cool and right. Most of you got some good fighting skill or some powers or some shit. God tier ghosts, I'm looking at you. I don't know what you can all do in the PJs, but whatever it is, you better fucking bring it. The rest of you without powers or even like modest combat ability, just, I don't know, throw your damn torso at the guy. For real, every individual flailing and screaming body is gonna count for something in this goddamn mess. See, we got a weapon, a nasty one some legend says. Don't ask me to quote the legend, because I don't read up on no damn legends. People just tell me this shit alright. But the idea is you all set him up, then we knock him down. I trust that I don't gotta say who we're up against here. You know the guy, the whole cast pimp devil who's been shredding all our black space, popping up our bubbles, murdering innocent space occupy, double killing our ghosts, which to be fair, there were way too many in the first place. Let's not dwell much on the dumb fact. It's Lord Muscle Guy, a huge professional wrestler with suspenders and the head of a skeleton, the fucking time boss who wiped out Trollkind one way or another. An otter. I think he's after his sis, but she's on record as not mattering, so who cares? We'll have to stop it. He will never stop till he finds her, so we have to stop him. To save space and reality from an infinity trillion cosmic frogs or some absurd... to save space and reality and an infinity trillion cosmic frogs or some absurd stuff along those lines. Well, we have to stop him because, most importantly, because it's just a badass thing to do. And I promise you, as your supreme ruler for Afterlife, that this will be a baller use of our time, and beats the shit of being bored and doing nothing forever. So I ask of you, as humbly as I can while taking into consideration I'm the best one here by predominantly 20k leagues or so. Who's with me? The answer is all of you. You all are, because I command it. But it's... well, I know you can do it, because I believe in every last one of you. And also you have to, because if you don't, I'll feed you to Lord Kingfish myself. Why is everything always so wonderful? So I take it I am to stand in for the Mad Hatter in this charade? Yes. Except wasn't the Mad Hatter supposed to be in charge of the tea party or something? I don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing here. Nothing, just sit there quietly, please. No offense, but you are only a prop actor in this fanciful scenario, which is serving as the stage for my date with this lovely lady. Wait, this is a date? Oh, yes, I'm sorry I didn't mention sooner, Nepeta. Is that okay? I guess so. I'm still a bit confused about what is actually happening, though. There will be plenty of time for explanations. For now, I invite you to relax and enjoy our party on this peaceful and desolate hilly planet, while that mild-mannered boy across from the fridge sips his tea quietly. Okay, but I'm mainly just wondering, where is everyone? Like Equius, Carcat, are they okay? They're fine. Well, Carcat is fine, alive and well in this session. Equius is also fine in the same sense that you and I are both fine. Everyone else enjoys various states of being fine while alive and fine while dead. Oh. Well, some of that sounds like good news, at least. It's all good news. I mean news. Especially that we're both here on this date together. Again, assuming you're okay with that, no pressure. I will say it's a very nice looking tea party you have here, but, I've never actually been on a date. That's the first time for everything, right? I remember my first date. It was so nervous. Life hack, it helps if you're very drunk. Not that I'm prescribing this as a remedy to you, it's okay to be nervous. Besides, I sincerely doubt that you're partial to the drink. I have a feeling catnip's your poison. Eh? I've never tried either, sorry. Anyway, it's not that I'm nervous about a first date, necessarily. I just don't know who you are or anything about you. You look like one of the human kids, but different. You seem to be part kitty cat now? Yes, Nepeta, I'm part kitty cat now. Events conspired to make me equal parts not dead half kitty cat and 2 sprites. But the other side of that pet tag is the fact that I'm suddenly half human as well. You see, Nepeta, I used to be a dead cat too, but now I'm an alive cat who's part girl. In fact, we spoke once while I was just a cat. Don't you remember? Wait a minute. Yes. Yes, I think I do remember that. That was fun. So you're the same cat then? The human girl, Rose, was it? She and her Lucis got prototyped together? That is exactly what happened, fortunately for us both, as well as everyone else. That's very sweet. What a nice way for you two to stay close forever. Combining souls with my Lucis sounds like it would have been a wonderful way to preserve her memory, plus share all her strength and wisdom and such. I'm guessing that opportunity is long gone, though. It probably is, but really, I don't think you need to change. You're so charming and pretty exactly as you are. Wow, thank you. Hey, whatever happened to Jane's bunny friend? What was his name? Huh? Little Sebastian, I think. Where'd he scamper off to? Jake, what are you talking about? He would be perfect for this tea party, like the White Rabbit and all. And I'm like the Mad Hatter for some damned reason? And you're supposed to be the Cheshire Cat or such? Yes, Jake, that was the idea. Thank you for explaining a thing to us. I haven't the foggiest fucking idea of who the Sleeping Towers is supposed to be. Or for that matter, who the honking guy in the fridge represents. Was there a man under the table who honked sometimes in Alice in Wonderland? I really don't remember. So I guess that leaves the friendly cat troll as Alice? Nepeta, right? You must be the Alice of the group. That makes sense since you just got here and appear to be very confused about the situation. By my estimate, this just makes you a dead ringer for the Alice of this tea party. Jake, just drink your tea. Anyway, enough of that horse shit. Back to our date. That is, if you're okay with calling it a date. Are you okay with this being a date? I mean, like a romantic one? Yes? I mean, sure. Yay. But I still don't actually know you that well. At least not the Rose part of you. But I suppose maybe that is the point of the date, to get to know the other person a bit better? Yes, Nepeta, exactly. That is exactly the point of a date. Hehe. Okay then. Oh, So what do we talk about? Anything you'd like, beautiful? Jeez, Rose cat. Jasprose. Jasprose hehe. What is it? You're making me blush. My head probably looks like a big old olive here. It's quite a lovely color. Is something wrong? No, sorry, I've never really had anybody like me before. I'm not sure how to handle this. I find this very hard to believe. Nobody? Are you sure? Pretty sure. What a reprehensible injustice. Had your colleagues no taste? Well, okay, I guess Aridin hit on me a few times, but his advances always struck me as creepy and insincere. I pox on the name of this charlatan. I hiss on his grave. He's dead? Yes. Gosh, he could be kind of a jerk sometimes, but that's still a shame. No, it isn't. It's fine. Please continue. Huh? You were saying about being liked? Alright. I'm just still somewhat confused. I'm not sure why you like me. Not that I'm not flattered, but you don't really know much about me, or do you? No, not really. I just know that you're very pretty, and from my limited interaction with you as a cat, you're very personable and kind. I don't need to know much else about you to like you. I'm a cat girl with simple tastes. Okay. I guess I can't argue with that. For what it's worth, you seem very nice and pretty as well. Jake, did you hear that? She likes me too. This is almost too good to be true. I think you should both kiss. Jake, please mind your manners. Not that that isn't an excellent idea, but all things in due time. There's a process to this courtship business. Much how one doesn't just lie down for a nap, the bedding must be ritualistically kneaded and massaged before lowering oneself into a circular position fashioned for prime snoozing position. Oh my goodness, what a beautiful analogy. Besides, she's only been prototyped once. I believe unprototyped or once prototyped kernels can weather brief on incidental contact. The same way you can investigate the flame of candle without hurting your nose as long as you're quick enough. But the sort of contact we were talking about out here would be anything but incidental. Oh my gosh. You're making me blush again with all this kissing talk. How can you be so forward about those things? I've never met anyone who's so brazen and confident about liking somebody. How do you do it? There isn't much to it. I used to be quite guarded about my feelings as a girl, but cats do not have complicated thoughts when it comes about what should be expressed and when. What to convey about your current state of mind is everything. When to do it is now. Don't get me wrong, Jaspers, I have a great affinity for all things feline in nature, but it's never been that simple for me. I get so shy and worried what people might think of me if I say how I feel. I'm always so scared that they won't feel the same way, or just think I'm stupid or pathetic or something. Was there someone you had feelings for you couldn't talk about? Yeah. Who? I don't know, I'm embarrassed to say. You can tell me, Nefeta. Please tell me your secret will be safe, I promise. Well, okay. As long as you can really keep a secret, my muzzle is sealed. It was Carcat, but I never told him, and I'm pretty sure he never found out how I felt. Carcat, eh? I'll let you in on a little secret too. You dodged a vigorous spritzing with a spray bottle there. He wouldn't be any good for you. Oh no. Why? Too many anger issues. Along with the shouting and whatnot, he's way too volatile. But I liked that about him. Oh, that isn't even all there is to it. On our journey, he was so obsessive and controlling towards his desired mates for it. I do not believe that is any way to treat a lady. On the contrary, Nefeta, you deserve someone who will respect and adore you. Well, yes, I always hoped to find someone like that someday. I don't know, maybe you're right, but in spite of whatever problems he might have, I always felt like I saw something in him that made me think he could be that person. Nope, sorry to be the meower of bad news. He's just not cut out for you. Besides, he's involved with someone else now in that quadrant. He's moved on, and so have you. You're now Sprite. Neither of us have the same connection to the living we once had. In quite a real sense, it's fair to say that all we have now is each other. Hey, what's up? Dave Sprite? Yeah, it looks like everybody forgot about me as fucking usual, so here I am. Where did you come from? I thought you died. No? Not to my knowledge, at least. I was just chilling on John's planet when some shit happened. What shit? Dunno. There was all this wind and shit, then the sky went blank, and I looked around a while but couldn't find anybody. Then the sky went black again, so I flew off looking for people. Found the planet with a big purple X on it. Then I found you at this tea party or whatever, and now you seem to be a sprite, too, who's part cat, so that's cool, I guess. Of course. You're the version I traveled with on the ship. I mean, not Rose, Jasper's. Oh yeah, hey man, or at least, hey man to half of you. Kinda fucked up that you're part Rose and vice versa, but I guess, what are you gonna do? Being in a state of near perpetual satisfaction with my own existence is what. Anyway, I'm happy to see you're still alive. Even if your bird-like appearance is making me feel a bit riled up. I'll try to control myself, though. Cool, thanks. So what kind of ludicrous nonsense do you have going on here in Land of Stonehenges and Vid for relax? Is that Egbert-looking dude supposed to be the fucking Mad Hatter? Yeah. Okay. What's with the fridge? Please don't tell me somebody's locked in the fridge. Dave, never mind the fridge. This tea party bullshit isn't quite what it seems. I'm actually on a date, so maybe we could, catch up later? A date? That's cool. With who, the Mad Hatter guy? Good lord, no, with Nefeta. Sorry, I should have introduced you to her sooner. Nefeta, this is Dave. He's my bird brother, who's also a sprite. Hello. Hey, Nefeta, nice to meet you. Don't worry, I'll get out of your hair soon and let you go back to your tea date with Rose. Hi, Dave. It's nice to meet you, too. Damn straight, we're meeting the shit out of each other right now. Hey, put her there. Dave, no, don't! Claw, motherfuckers. No! Hello? Anyone home? Jade? Anybody? Oh, hello, sir. I'm looking for a man they call the mayor. Is that you? Oh, silly me, of course you are. It says right there on your handsome sash. How nice to meet you. I was told this is where Jade is sleeping. Do you know where she is? There you are. She looks so peaceful. How odd it is to think she's still in the dream bubble with my other self's ghost. What could they be talking about? The curiosity is maddening. Please hurry back, Jade. Your friends all miss you here. So, where exactly are we going? Back to the source of all this. And where is that? You know already. Well, wherever it is, I'm kind of wondering if maybe I should be waking up soon? I feel like my friends are probably going to need me. You can't wake up just yet. Why? It's not your time. Not where your physical form is, at least. Where my physical form is? Then what about here? What about here? Sorry. This time stuff is really confusing. You're a space player. Yeah, I mean, if it's not the right time to wake up where I'm sleeping, how long do I have to wait here in order to wake up? The correlation between the passage of time and the furthest ring and any given physical location is tenuous. The measurement of time here is inseparable from the physical passage through its knotted space. Those two aspects are closely woven together here, to such an extent that they are barely separable. All aspects are. Really? All of them? Yes. I understand how this place has time and space, of course, even if they work together weirdly, but I don't see any of the others. One doesn't see abstractions, not directly. Oh. Each opposing pair is in balance throughout this field so as to form a stable canvas. Though the canvas becomes less stable with each crack in the field, one would never directly observe its constituent forces. The canvas would seem smooth from afar, but up close, as it were, the tapestry is circuitously woven. The aspects, while remaining in balance, interfere with each other. They interlock and intertwine, so neither space nor time functions linearly, nor are they conveniently measurable. Wow. I'm not sure I totally understand, but that's pretty interesting. You're predisposed to find the nuances of space intriguing, and since its opposing aspect is more related than you perhaps have realized, the challenges of understanding it are more compelling to you than you realize as well. Yeah, I guess so. Physics are all about space and time and such, which are fun to think about. I like all that stuff, yes. So you're saying space and time and all other aspects, I guess, are more closely related here than in, like, more stable places, like my universe? Yes, they are less distinct from each other here, yes. You said the passage of time is inseparable from traveling through space? Yes. So if we were holding still, time wouldn't be moving either? That is correct in a way. The motion itself is not the absolute process, it is in a more conventional medium. The measurement of motion requires stable features for comparison, of which there are very few in the furthest ring typically. The more cracks that appear, the more the ring begins to stabilize. At least, in a spatial and temporal sense. I see. So, if the cracks weren't there, how would we be able to tell if we were moving? Motion through the twisted space is not gauged by passing landmarks, but anchored to a particular destination. Destination is an idea maintained by the traveler. Ideas are subtle composites of various aspects. Without clear understanding of destination, motion would become less discernible. With less discernible motion, the passage of time becomes less measurable. At a standstill, time loses meaning and can seem to stretch on forever. As all events around reality swirl around you in no particular order, one becomes isolated from all else, imprisoned by inertia. That's pretty cool too. I love spacey stuff. Yes. You talk about it in a neat way. It kind of seems like you're trying to educate me on this, like a teacher or something. Of course that is what I'm doing. Oh. Well, not that it isn't fun talking about these cool space things, and I know you said my real body isn't supposed to be waking up yet, wherever and whenever it is, but to tell you the truth, I'd really love to get going and see my friends again. Don't you have the power to wake me up? The other Calliope said that she has that power. I do have that power. Oh, so could you please wake me up then? No. Why not? I told you, it is not time yet. We must reach our destination first in order for the requisite time to flow correctly. Only then. Man. Why the hurry? You've already proven your heroism in the moments when it was needed most. It is important to know when the greatest good is best served by remaining dormant, whether that burden is for close or to eternity, or only a few more minutes. It is something to learn as a space player. Space falls back, it yields, hosts the play silently. Then it roars to life when its time comes, showing all who is really the master. And so too, when the time comes, it collapses in on itself, taking all else with it. Damn. Damn. Rose, I'm a fucking troll now. And part beautiful bird, and also a human boy? I don't even shit. Rose, my claws. Look at these fucking claws. Snick, 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 snick. Oh my god. Rose, look. I see your claws, Dave. They're neat. Holy shit, I'm a goddamn debacle of a thing, aren't I? It is kind of great. I sort of love this. That's wonderful, Dave and the Feta. I'm very happy for you both. What's wrong, Rose? Jasper's, I mean. Nothing. Sidles up to Jasper's in a coy and hella feline manner, sounding tickled as fuck through my little three-shaped snout deal. Arches back, huge up, and being all like bumping into Rose with my tall curved back and shit, like cats do, I'm pretty sure. Fuck yeah, they do. Oh my god, they do the tall back thing all the time when they're happy, and I'm doing that right now. Hee. Dave, what do you think you're doing? Dave Petta kindly and radly informs Jaspers he's doing a bit of role-playing, and no, not even ironically. I mean, Shit. What? Jaspers, yo, I'm confused about my gender suddenly. What am I now? I don't know, Dave. Well, what are you? I mean, what do you feel like now, boy or a girl? Your cat was a boy, right? Yes, he was a boy. So what does that make you now? I don't know, I hadn't thought much about it. I think I'm probably still a girl. Cats don't have particularly deep feelings about gender, or form strong identities around the idea. Okay, that's cool, but both Dave and Nefetta had strong identities as a boy and girl, so I don't know where that leaves me. Does it even matter? I have no idea. I just started being Dave Feta like 3 seconds ago. I'm not sure what matters to me yet. I think I do like being me, though. It's a really weird feeling. I mean, not weird, just like jarring in contrast with how both me's spent so long feeling like. I think I know what you mean. You do? Yes, I was really having the time of my lives after I became Jaspros. Well, for a while there, at least. For a while? What's wrong now? Oh, nothing. Come on, tell me. It's hard to put into meows what I'm feeling suddenly. I think it might be loneliness? Loneliness? Why? I'm here to keep you company. And Mad Hatter Dude is still over there, doing whatever the fuck it is he's doing. You still have lots of friends. I know, but since your transformation, some feelings I thought I had put behind me at the moment of my transformation quickly returned. They were dug up from their shallow graves and left on my doorstep by... You know what? I'm not even in the mood to finish that incredibly apt analogy. You have to connect the dots yourself. What feelings returned? As a cat, I never had any other girl cats to be friendly with. That was very simple. That was a very simple emotion with which I could probably cope, if it was all that was in play. Rose half is more complicated. I have memories from a lot of Roses. Is this true for you as well? I mean, memories from many Daves and Nefettas? Yeah. It, sure is a clusterfuck of sad dead Daves and sad dead Nefettas in my head. It feels alright, though. Like I'm a lot more detached from those experiences than I ever felt before, but also... There's a distinct feeling of having one Dave and Nefetta stand out from the crowd of memories. The versions of Dave's Fred and Nefetta I existed as right up until we both shook hands. They still kind of feel like the main ones, you know? Yes, exactly. The Rose I was prior to this had just lost everything before she was killed. Her friends and also her mate Sprit. When I came back as a sprite, not as Jaspros yet, mind you, I was relieved to see everybody again, but it was also a melancholy return. I knew that she couldn't be with me anymore, because I was no longer real Rose. But when I became Jaspros, everything changed again. I was a whole new being. Before me stretched a horizon full of small, distant, and slightly jostling curiosities to investigate, because you never know when something like that might turn out to be a mouse. There were so many new possibilities. Dude, I must say I am so stoked for the cat things you're saying. Shush, Dave, and yes, I concur about the cat things. Anyway, one of the new things that opened up to me was the idea that I didn't have to be alone anymore. That I was reborn more thrilled than ever to be alive. More thrilled to be alive than I can ever remember being in any incarnation. And that there was something perfect waiting for me to bring her back, another strange soul like me, and now, I guess it's all ruined. What's ruined? Never mind, Dave. Come on, tell me. Forget it. Rose? Jaspros? Damn it, you can't possibly just leave the story there. Possibly. Fuck. Still getting the hang of mastering my cute as hell urges to do cat puns literally whenever it could conceivably occur to me. Literally, wow, that's a good one. Jaspros, Jaspy Cat. Shit, that's a bad nickname, sorry. Jaspros right squared. You were talking about Nepeta, weren't you? I mean me, or part of me. Tell me. Dave, she was gonna be my wife. Boo. Wait, that's not a boo, that's a remote. I was? Or she was? Yes, Dave, I'm quite sure of it. Well, first of all, maybe you should stop calling me Dave. My name is Dave Feta now. Oh, yes, you're right. I'm sorry, Dave Feta. No offense, but the Dave part of you is sort of on the fly, and I'm sort of the fly in the ointment here, so when I look at you, that tends to be who I see. Yeah, that's cool. Since he became a big hurt, that part of me is getting used to being a most unwelcome Dave in practically all situations, let alone when he rudely crashes a tea date through accidental body sharing shenanigans. But now I'm like this whole new neat kind of sprite with legs again, and claws and shit, and I'd prefer that my new identity was be respected, please. Yeah, I'm very sorry. I was just sad as all. Aw, I understand. You could even say I know that feel. Hee lolling my ass off. I love that there's this whole new side of me that is all freshly tickled by even the most basic applications of irony. For instance, that was some weak sauce milk, but here I am laughing it up. It pleases me to hear you have rediscovered the joys of entry-level irony, Dave Feta. But yeah, sorry for blowing our date. Even if she wasn't sure what to make of the date, she was really flattered that you liked her, though. But I don't know if it would have led to marriage. I think y'all may have been bouncing the gun on that. I don't think so. I had it all figured out. She never got a chance to see any of my moves, though, so I guess we'll never know. I don't know. Getting married isn't even a thing for trolls. It's just a figure of speech. It isn't a thing for cats either, remember? Okay, but even so, I still don't think you can force something like that. We would have needed to spend more time together and stuff to find out. Yes, we would have spent that time together, and it would have turned out to be magical, trust me. God damn, Rose, getting some kitty cat mixed up in you made you so much hella smugger than usual. I kinda dig it. It suits you. Does it? I mean, you were always full of yourself, but now you're owning it so completely. It feels a lot more honest, to be honest. That is... wow. Actually, such a nice compliment. Thank you, Dave Feta. You know, the fridge is, like, all fucking set up and not. The tea's still there. Jake is still set in the mood with his space cadet antics on a nearby hill. We could just, like, keep doing our date. What? I mean, platonically, of course. Of course, like a cat tongue. Actually, you know what? Never mind. That fucking sucked. But yeah. What's the big deal? Let's keep tea partying and chatting about our unique sprite issues and stuff. Maybe even do a smidgen of choice RPing if it strikes our fancy. I think that could turn out to be pretty cute and dope. Maybe. You know, I gotta say, the Nepeta part of me is like genuinely mystified about what the issue even is. What issue? Us dating, like, as in a normal romantic tea drinking date. Oh. Yeah, it makes sense that she wouldn't understand. I mean, the Dave part of me is obviously all like, no, stop, whenever I think about it, but that little fussy brain tantrum isn't making me feel weird or uncomfortable, it's just sort of cracking me up. That's a good way of putting it. My inner mono-dialogues have been very amusing to me, too. I guess I'm still just a bit uncertain about my nature and my beliefs and whatnot. What about you, though? You're part cat, so... So? So how do you really feel about that issue? I mean, as far as both sides of me know, cats aren't too concerned with that, right? After a while, they don't see brother and sister kitties, but they just, see more kitties who are just like all the other kitties. There's such a potent force within me that squirms at every word of this train of thought, Dave Feta. Good grief, Rose was such a stuffy girl, wasn't she? Yep. But yes, you're basically correct. Asking the Jasper's half about this issue would be like showing him two slightly different gray swatches, and asking his opinion on which color to paint the observatory. So to answer your question, I don't know. I really don't know about any of this. My dreams of having a beautiful troll girl for a wife were dashed moments ago, so I've been speaking from a despondent state of mind since you came into existence. Maybe what you're saying makes sense. I'll need some time to mull it over. Haha, meow. So good. That was supposed to mean roll, right? Yes, Dave Petta, that meant roll. But yes, I agree. There's so much to figure out now. Should be popping it in my jumbled sprite very suddenly. Popping like a bunch of silly gophers out their fucking surprise holes. Want to murder them gophers, because instincts. But mainly that's just a metaphor for understanding the gophers. Want to like get myself. How about we help each other get ourselves? But whoa, non-suggestively. I knew you weren't being suggestive, chill out. So how would you like me to help you get yourself? I don't know. When we were on our date, we were talking about stuff, and I was acting all embarrassed. That was pretty cool, or at least Nevada thought so. You meant her liking Carcat and such? Yeah. You know what's crazy is, even in my new form, I don't feel conflicted about that. It sort of feels right still. I would have thought I'd be a mess of contradictions about that, but, nope. Weird, right? If you say so. Not that I'm saying I should act on that or anything. It's like you were saying, about being the odd rose out, and when you got Jasper's, everything changed. These are brand new lives for us, so it feels like I should try and leave the old stuff behind. But that means I also gotta figure out what to do with my life now, or my pseudo-life. Whatever the hell it is when you're a sprite squared. Then what do you want to do with your pseudo-life? I mean, you're gonna think I'm crazy for even saying this. I already think we're both crazy. I have this weird urge to go fight Lord English. What the fuck? I know, right? I'm just strangely drawn to the idea. I wasn't at all before I was a really depressed I wasn't at all before I was a really depressed bird version of Dave, and Nevada didn't even know who he was until recently. But now it sounds cool suddenly. I feel like the exact blend of people I am is a being that he should in some way be vulnerable to. I can't even explain why I feel that way. Well, you have to follow your heart, I suppose. Dave Petta stealthily stalks her heart as it minds its own business feeding at the bank of nearby stream. They crouch into one of those quintessential cat poses with like their butt wiggling in the air. Dave Petta starts wiggling and their ass furiously. Gets mildly distracted by the wiggling of their own ass, becomes more intrigued by the movement of ass than the beating of their heart. Is this what we're doing now? No, I'm just messing. Okay. I think if we're going to make a habit of role-playing, I would like to script out some scenarios in advance. I'm concerned that too much improvisation could end up muddying the narrative. I'm out. Okay, you go right ahead and do that. So what do you want to do now? You're not going off to fight English right away, are you? No, I don't think so. There's no hurry. The dude's whole shtick is being basically eternal and always being already there or whatever. Wherever here is. In this case, I guess it just means out there somewhere. I think there are a few things I want to take care of here before I sink my claws into that grade A slab of beef prey. Like what? There's somebody I'd like to catch up with first. Who? Just a couple of bros from the past. I think they'd want to see me before I go. Or at least be made aware that I exist at all, as a badass double sprite. Alright, please give those bros my best then. I will. Damn, and I thought our houses were pointlessly tall before. It just doesn't stop from keep constantly getting more and more vertically enormous. Shit is downright precipitous at this point, like upways. Yeah, we made sure as fuck not to come right out and literally describe that building as tall. Hell yes. Who needs small and serviceable adjectives when the most ass-backwards way of saying a thing is right there, tantalizingly hidden within the vast ocean of language, like a treasure in a huge shitty clam? We are way on the same page philosophically there. Who's surprised by this? 0 people is who. Sounds like a club for losers to me. They're lucky they don't have any members, otherwise they'd be lame as hell. Yeah. So, why do the houses need to be so tall again? I never actually understood that, except to reach the gates, but once we all figured out how to fly and shit, that became so pointless. Yeah, after a while in the game, building kinda stopped mattering. Except near the end. Getting them to the top is just a point of completion. Then he dumped the grist rig on top of it, apparently. That lets the thing spray out all the grist from the horde at the planet's core. Kinda like a huge oil derrick, I guess. Oh, how do you know this? Do you guys have like a manual, or...? I'm in communication with Arqueous Sprite. He's working on it right now. So you're in communication with him, like, right now? Yes, via my shades, which he incidentally used to be. Like, as a computer which he lived inside as my autoresponder. Right, and, why did you make that thing again? Not that you ever told me before. Again is just like stammer and tack on tab to the sentence so as to try and not sound too fucking rude. I don't think it's a rude question. It's perfectly fair to wonder what it was going through my head when I made him. I've spent a lot of time wondering that myself. So you just straight up programmed a copy of your brain? There was some programming involved, but it was also a bit of cheating through the mapping of a caps-logged ghost imprint of my brain. I guess part of it was just trying to understand myself. But I don't think I would have put it that way at the time. For a while I insisted it was meant to be my debate partner or some horse shit. I was pretty young and had some stupid ideas. About irony in particular, but also a lot of mostly faux intellectual thoughts on a wide variety of topics, like philosophy, consciousness, programming, identity, history, ancient pop culture. Really, it ran the full gamut of pretension. Not that I don't still find that stuff interesting, I just like to think I'm somewhat less full of shit about it all now. Yeah, me too. I mean, about my interests and stuff. Yeah. Yoink. Creating him was an interesting exercise, I guess, but over the years I came to see his development as one of my biggest mistakes. He sort of turned into a monster, but I could never bring myself to get rid of him, or even blame him for being an asshole, because he wasn't actually that different from me, like, by definition. He seems alright as Arqueous, though. At least it keeps him busy, obsessing over his muscles, asking for milk and shit like that. I guess I started some projects I regretted, but nothing like making a milk weirdo eventually exist. It sounds fucked up, but is also kind of an awesome story in its own way. I guess so. Maybe I'm lucky I was never that good with computers. Now, computer art, that's a different story. Okay, it actually is, and I fucking suck at that too. But damn it, I try my best to make some magic happen, at least in my own mind, so maybe that's good. It certainly worked out for you in my universe. Yeah, I mean, I did capsulog my own ghost brain once, but I didn't know what to make of that. And thought it was kind of weird, so that never really went anywhere. Probably for the best. It definitely is. Tinkering with your own mind, or identity, or whatever, is like a dark road to go down. There are enough splinters of everyone running around out there as it is, just as a natural byproduct of our reality. For me in particular, probably for you too, as a time player. That process doesn't need to be encouraged or fucked with. For real. My bro did cool things with computers too. I mean, nothing like making a clone of his brain or anything, thank God. Just some absurd bullshit with web bots and stuff, mostly to help prop up his various enterprises. You mean the porn stuff? Yeah, but with puppets, of course. It was always about the puppets. Naturally. But he made all these porn bots that would just talk to each other in a chat room endlessly, all like getting each other riled up about squishy bottoms and whatnot. Actually, it was pretty entertaining to watch them go at it for hours. I think they may have been teetering on the threshold of something resembling self-awareness, except they only seemed to apply that faculty to reach even more heightened states of sexual excitement for a bunch of nude soft puppets. That sounds oddly rewarding. I mean, not to say he wasn't still a douche, but as a pastime, cultivating a group of earnest erotic puppet-loving chatbots sounds so much more relaxing than painstakingly constructing a version of your own brain and then arguing with it for years thereafter. Almost like tending to a little flock of pigeons. You know, he did some cool things. It wasn't necessarily all inherently terrible. Things I would really appreciate under better circumstances. He definitely had a lot of drive and also some, ideas that weren't he get a certain amount of respect, I guess. He just maybe should not have been allowed near a child. That's all I'm saying. Sounds about right. We really don't have to talk about him anymore, though, if it's gonna stir up more bad shit for you. No, I'm alright. I think that's all mostly out of my system. I mean, not forever, because I don't think that's how things work. I just mean my Benson fit is over, and I'm probably good for another 16 years or so, and can return to being mostly deadpan and rad. Okay, well, in 16 years, if you need someone to vent to again, let me know. Sure, assuming we haven't been killed by like 10 jacks before that, I will. You certainly seem to be the right guy for that. For what? I mean, like the most suitable recipient of my hysterical fits on that particular subject. There's no way I would ever tell Carcat about all that. I mean, maybe some stuff, but not all the stuff. It's just too heavy. I certainly wasn't going to mention the stuff to Rose or John or Jade or whoever else. If I was ever going to do one of my patented acrobatic pirouettes off that particular handle to anyone, it really would have been him. Except he was dead, and even if he wasn't, and I did say all that shit, there's no way it would have resulted in anything resembling reconciliation, which I think was something I kind of needed but didn't realize, so thank you for being a really plausible stand-in for him who I could rip to shreds, while still being basically innocent of all this terrible garbage. So you end up sort of being like an avatar for him that's much easier to forgive. I mean, maybe forgive isn't the right word, because I'm not sure he deserves that, and anyway, it doesn't matter because he's been dead for years, and at this point it's just an irrelevant, deceased weirdo who doesn't matter anymore. Guess I mean coming around to a place where you don't have to feel rotten about all the time anymore. And I guess I'm just lucky I got to blunder into a reality that just happened to have the exact right version of a dude which made that possible for me. Sorry, this fucking ramble is really getting away from me. I have no idea if I'm making sense anymore. I think I get it. And sure, you're welcome for me existing. Hey, can that be like the motto on our family crests? I think it already is. All that melodramatic sad babble aside, I think it's pretty cool if you're still curious about your adult self. And I don't mind telling you more stuff about him if you want. You know, I'm still wondering what my adult self got up to. Yeah, well, like I said, anytime you want to know more, feel free to ask. Okay, how about we do this thing. When I met Roxy, we did a thing. A thing? Yeah, it's called the lightning round. That does sound like a Roxy thing. Does it by any chance involve asking a rapid-fire series of questions, some of which end up being a bit too personal or invasive? Well, yeah, when she does it. We could be chill, though, when it comes to asking about each other's secret crushes and shit. Then I guess I'll disclaim in advance I don't really have any, and I don't care about yours even if you do. It's settled then on the fact that we are a couple of cool dudes who know where to draw the line on certain topics. Cool, so how do we start? Whose lightning round is this, mine or yours? It can be yours, go ahead, shoot. Okay, how did he, come to adopt you? I was a baby and I came down to Earth on a meteor while riding a pony with a pink heart on its ass. He found me in a crater on top of a dead pony and gave me a little baby pair of shades that look exactly like the ones you're wearing now. I see. So you decided to ditch those shades for the aviator glasses? Yeah, years ago John got me these for my B-Day. It might have been like an ironic dare to wear them, I don't remember. But when I got them, it was like, hell yeah, I'm wearing these. Gonna rock these fuckers till the end of the time. They were Ben Stiller's, like literally. They actually touched his weird sort of gaunt face in one of his films. Wait, the Stiller? Yeah, incredible. Also such a shame what happened to that poor man. Wait, what happened to him? I can tell you when it's your lightning round. Or mine, whatever. I'm still not sure whose lightning round it is when you're the one asking questions. Don't know, ask Roxy. Anyway, didn't mean to interrupt. But yeah, we'd send each other stuff sometimes, me and John. Well, we all would. Usually absurd birthday packages and such. We did that too, except I had to send things through time. Always had to figure out stuff small enough to send through the sendificator, even if it was piece by piece. Nice. One time it turned out we accidentally sent presents through time. I mean, not literally, more in a roundabout way. We all sent John a rabbit, but all 3 rabbits just turned out to be the same damn rabbit because of stupid time bullshit. Once I deliberately and quite literally sent a rabbit through time, it was a robot. Wow. He was a loyal friend to Jane. I don't know what happened to him, though. Yeah, I don't know what happened to John's rabbits either. Rabbits, am I right? I hear you, man. What next? You You could say he owned Cal as well. You say he owned Cal as well? Yep. Did he come down to Earth on a meteor with Cal too? I think so. That was a long time ago. Kinda weird to imagine him strutting around with that puppet as a kid in the 80s. Or maybe just kinda funny, actually. He sure held on to it for a long time. Must have gotten attached at a really early age and just never let go. Guess he fell to Earth with one of those things too. Yeah, but if I came to Earth on a meteor the same way you all did, then I guess I just got dunked in the fucking ocean. Which makes sense. One of my earliest memories is using Cal as a flotation device. So he sort of saved my life in a way. I guess I bonded with him too. The way your bro did, even if it sounds a bit stupid. Then again, it didn't help matters much that I lived alone in the middle of the ocean. He was my only real-life friend, I mean. Until I built some new ones. Wait, we fucked up. I keep asking you questions, it's not my turn. Keep firing. Okay, how'd your bro die? He died fighting one of those jacks. At this point, I almost forget which one. No, wait. Okay, yeah, it was the omnipotent dog one. The Jack from our session. He was fighting like a lesser form of him, and then Jack got extra prototyped by dog powers, and then got outmatched and stabbed with his own sword. Pretty sure Dave Sprite was fighting with him, and almost died too, but then it turned out he didn't. But now I'm at least 99% sure Dave Sprite is definitely dead and won't suddenly reappear as a stupid surprise or anything. I hate stupid surprises. Word. So you said he trained you? I'm guessing that means he knew what was coming? Or some things about the future, at least. Seems that way. Not sure what he knew or how he knew it. All our guardians seemed to know bits and pieces of stuff and did vague, mysterious things to prepare. To this day, I have no idea if he was training me to fight Lord English or if he even knew who that guy was on any conscious level. Or it was more like general-purpose training to be able to survive some hard shit after the end of the world happened. You'd have to ask him, but that's impossible. I do know he managed to get the drop on a meteor before I entered the game. What? As far as I can tell, he stood on top of it and split it in half with his sword. Not to be too much of a wet blanket on that rad-as-fucked antidote. But that sounds kind of far-fetched. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? But then again, so does a baby getting dunked from space in the ocean, then floating on a weird doll, and then growing up by himself with no adults around. That's not far-fetched, it was pretty straightforward. I think I found a building poking out of the water, climbed up, then I just started foraging for food in there like a real feral infant. Supplies which I'm sure your adult self must have left behind for me, seeing as he clearly must have known some things about the future too. Speaking of which, maybe it's your turn now. Yeah, okay. Questions about me. Let's see. Okay, first of all, what happened to Ben Stiller? He was deemed a heretic and was crucified on the Washington Monument by some clowns. Wow. Due to his dedication to freedom and peace, he came to be seen as a murderer and then a holy figure. He was left on the monument as an example to all, but thousands of faithful gathered below to raise at his pious, sort of gaunt face. For years thereafter, his followers would carve stone busts of him in his memory, capturing the piercing glare of his final expression, but they were all smashed to pieces by the presidential church. The religious movement didn't last very long. Rumor has it the Vader Witch had lots of experience crushing righteous insurrections. Did my adult self get pissed about Stiller? I bet he got pissed. Yeah, there was a whole series of final insults that led to his act of rebellion, instead of just producing subversive media. At one point, the Witch remastered all of his films to clean up all the shitty artifacts, and then released them in stunning high-def quality all over the world, using a rational business model and everything. That really set him off. What the fuck? How fucking dare that woman? So then he tried to kill the Vader Witch, right? He was the exact same alien as the Condess in this session. Yes, same one. And yeah, he teamed up with Rose from the same era. They supposedly put up a good fight, but both died. So, does John know he's literally about to go fight Betty Crocker yet, or what? I have no idea. I really don't know John at all, or any of your friends. I know Jayton was the heiress to the Crocker brand. Obviously, it is her name after all. Was John the heir to that empire in his universe? Nah, I mean not to my or his knowledge. He just fucking hated that company for some reason. I think his reason was literally as mundane as just being slightly overexposed to cake. That's classic John, though he doesn't get pissed about anything except for the absolute dumbest shit. But I guess his instincts were right in this case. Maybe we should just not tell him that he's fighting Crocker. I think the poor dude has probably had enough mental breakdowns for one adventure. We all have. I'd like to get to know him. Not to mention Rose and Jade. Would have been nice to hang out and chat in a circumstance where we weren't supposed to prepare for an imminent deadly struggle. Yeah. Well, I guess we could have hung out there a few minutes earlier. I mean, you wouldn't have got much out of Jade, who's stuck in permanent nap mode. Just like old times, I guess. Huh? She used to sleep a lot. Ah. But yeah, there wasn't much time except for a bunch of haze and oh nice to meet yous. And also, I think it would have still been a shitty train wreck socially if we were all just hunkered down right then and there for another extensive round of freestyle hal talk. Right. I was kind of nervous about lingering there for more than a minute too. Mainly because of Jake. I didn't want to make him uncomfortable. I think I've done enough of that. I guess Jake was kind of like your John of the group. Wait, that was a pretty dumb observation, never mind. Nah, sounds about right. Seems like John was your close buddy growing up, and Jake was mine. John and I never really had anything like a falling out. Except for not talking to each other for a few years on account of being on a meteor and a boat, respectively. But I guess you two had some buddy troubles or something? Yes, a lot of buddy troubles. I vaguely touched on it earlier. I was a really bad influence in his life. What happened? A lot of things that were mostly my fault. Basically, I think I bullied him into dating me. Although I'd had plenty of help from my autoresponder. There were a lot of insane plans which he hatched on my behalf. But in fairness, I went along with them. To this day, I can't really tell how much of that bullshit was his doing and how much was mine, which I've just covered up through denial or selective memory. Wait, you dated Jake? Yeah, that didn't last long, though. It was really lopsided and kind of forced. So, you... What? Nothing. I think we're breaking one of the rules here. The tangent got too personal. Oh yeah, I forgot we weren't doing that. Anyway, carry on. You were asking about Adult Dave? Yeah, so that covers how he died. Taking a futile stand against some unbeatable foe. Can't say I'm too surprised about that, because what else is even new? What about his early life, though? I guess I arrived around the same year my hero did in my universe. Just came down on the same dead horse I rode in on. Into a world full of opportunities. How did I get started? His early life isn't well documented. There's hardly anything to read about him until he broke into show business with a few obscure projects at the turn of the century. It all snowballed from there. I guess one thing we know for sure is I didn't find a kid in a crater and take him under my wing. That was probably for the best. Actually, maybe it's better that most of his stories left to my imagination. Kind of like how you said you spent a lot of time thinking about him, filling in the gaps of his ridiculous exploits. Right. There was certainly a lot of lore to work with. Urban legends and stuff. Like what? Actually, wait, don't tell me. At least not now, maybe down the road it would be cool to hear some. I think I'd prefer to fill in the blanks myself for a while. Really, it sounds dope as hell to imagine the sort of blank canvas life. Dropped on Earth as a kid in the 70s or 80s or whatever with no bossy adult to reel me in. And just having to figure stuff out, especially knowing that many years later it all worked out okay. Really wonder what I did. Was I just some homeless 80s ragamuffin? Jesus Christ, that sounds so fairly adorable if so. Maybe I slept in an alley on a bed of Rubik's Cubes and Alf merchandise. Or maybe I offered my old school rap services for food. Like through a shitty cardboard booth? You know, like the one from the fucking Charlie Brown comics. This is a reference for your information. Yes, exactly. This sounds exactly like the life for me. What if without a penny to the name and the wind at my back, I hopped a boxcar to the Big Apple? Because as a dumb child, I naively believed they were all made of the... That's where they made all the apple juice. I'd be sorely disappointed when I got there, but it wouldn't matter because I'd probably scrape together a living off Broadway, like making shitty cartoons on stage and saying, "You guys, this will be so much funnier once the internet happens, trust me." Then the aristocratic patrons of Vine Theater just shrug and dump their shillings into my orphan hat. It sounds to me like you've been reading up on the urban legends already. I wonder if he had, like, friends. It sounds like he knew a lot of people, at least later in life. Sure, I mean he knew Rose at some point, because obviously they teamed up. But as fairly old people, it sounds like they only knew each other as a result of their notability. This seems likely. I mean, more like friends I grew up with. He couldn't have grown up with John or Jade as friends because they were already old by the time he got there. This cool 80s kid fantasy was probably just a lot lonelier than I've been picturing it in my sweet dreams. I didn't even have the mayor. God, what a nightmare now that I think about it. I wonder if all he cared about was making ludicrous shit and fighting evil-faced tree moguls. Do you know if he had any other interests? Like what? I don't know. Did you ever read any urban legends about paleontology? Paleontology? Yes, the scientific study of dead shit. Not that I recall. I guess he probably didn't do anything with that. What a shame. Maybe he never even got the idea since he had completely different experiences. But if I were suddenly dropped back in the 20th century, I'd probably look into it at some point. Don't know how, though. I think it would mainly be like some sort of therapeutic interest. Something relaxing to think about instead of a bunch of ironic and stupidly ambitious objectives. Yeah, like the porn box. Yeah, exactly. Maybe someday when we're both old men, you can live a quiet life tending to your fossils, and I'll do the same with my dear collection of simple-minded chat robots fixated on puppet ass. Sounds like the fucking life to me. What was the lightning round question this stemmed from again? I forget. I don't know. Maybe we were tapering off with the lightning round stuff anyway, and it's just naturally deteriorating into regular Jude chat. Maybe. You sure you don't have anything else before we say it's officially deteriorated? Okay, here's a curveball. What the fuck are you wearing? My Prince gear. You know, leggings, slippers, the poofy asshole pants, a hood with some sort of cloth tiara embedded in it. Basic stuff for princes, apparently. Huh. Gotta say, some of these god tier ensembles really are something. I thought I hated it at first, but over the couple hours I spent flying back, it was time to think about all that sorts of stuff. It kind of grew on me. The asshole hands are pretty damn comfortable. So I don't know if I even care how stupid they look. And I am kind of an asshole after all, so who am I to complain? I thought the same thing about my cape outfit at first. I felt like some bozo from the Renaissance Festival. Like maybe I should get a horse and sing a shitty ballad. But then it grew on me pretty quickly. Hardly ever took it off in the 3 years. You're right, it's comfortable, and they're fucking magic pajamas or whatever. And they start to feel like part of who you are after long enough. I mean, they're supposed to last you forever, right? Kind of by definition, since they come along with immortality. Maybe part of their magical nature includes this insidious quality where they grow on you. Or not, I don't know. Maybe this is just bullshit and I'll just wear some normal person clothes when this is all over. What about you? Are you gonna wear god hoods forever? No, I'm sure I'll wear regular stuff again at some point. If a shirt with a hat on it can be deemed regular. I'm cool with deeming it as such. Yeah, maybe you're right. We should all stop dressing like tools from an infinite magic slumber party for floundering teens. And just look like standard floundering teens. Some of the get-ups are pretty out there. Jake's, though? Damn? Yeah. That page costume. I'd have commented on it, except that would have been casting a stone for a particular fragile glass wardrobe. So I just flew away. Yeah, there was some palpable awkwardness there. Sorry, I'm still trying to, wrap my head around. What? Oh, damn it. Okay, I guess I might have to break some of our lightning round rules. Only a little, though, I hope. About what? The personal stuff? Yeah, that's fine. Okay, maybe I'm not even asking you anything. Maybe this is a starting point to ramble to myself on a certain topic. I think there might be a slight chance I may be the biggest idiot in the world. When it comes to understanding some things about my bro, some pieces I never really put together about him. Until maybe literally right now, which I think makes me an objective dumbass. What does this have to do with me and Jake? I don't know. Nothing? Maybe I don't want to ask you anything about Jake. Maybe I'll keep abiding by the code of basic dude manners on that. If I bother skirting the line on this rule, maybe I'd rather ask you about other stuff instead. Like what? Say one of your best friends is a knucklehead you haven't seen in 3 years, and unless you use his ultra-direct and explicit language, he just won't put two and two together himself. And say another best friend is a girl you feel like you also had a special relationship with, but you also hadn't seen in 3 years. And she's asleep, but at some point she'll wake up and you'll have to talk to her. This is dumb, I'm not making any sense. Let me start over. Okay, let's say, way back whenever, how did you tell your friends? Nepeta? Yeah. I mean, Dave? Yeah. Dave and Nepeta? Nepha Dave Sprite? Dave Peta. Sprite squared, lol. Dave Peta Sprite squared. It is I, Arqueus Sprite, to the first power, which is to say, Equius and an artificial intelligence composite of your bro in the form of the cool broken sunglasses I'm wearing. Yeah, I know, dummy. How's this possible? How did you come to be? I don't know. Some shit happened, was on a tea date, shook hands with myself, you know. Basic fuckery. How did you come to be? Yes, that is a fair question. Some bullshucks happened, which made little to no sense, and now here I am. I can only presume this was the case for you as well, given your incoherent and poorly developed anecdote. What you doing there, bro? Huh? Oh, nothing really. Doing the final work for this session. Releasing the grist towards nothing that matters now. Now that you're here... Ew, are you crying? Aw. Dave Pet, I apologize for the embarrassing secretions from this imperfect semi-organic form. How ironic that I spend virtually 100% of my time secreting liquid from virtually 100% of my body's surface area, and yet a few more drops from my eyes would cause me such shame. You're so fucking gross. I really missed you, dude. I missed you as well, or I would have, had I permitted myself to think about you. Alas, I failed to protect you from an unpleasant clown in the most disgraceful way possible, much to the shame of my dead troll half, and much to the disgust of my digital human half. Hence to the Nepeta portion of you, Dave Peta. I'm so very strongly sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. Nepeta forgave you for that, anyways. I'm not even her anymore. I guess Dave's Sprite had some old issues with his bro he never really sorted out, but hey, I'm not him either. And you're not his bro or Equius, you're Arqueus, who's new and cool, and beautiful thing, and anyway, all those old troubles are feeling so overwhelmed by new and different emotions, and it's grace. Hey, yes, Dave Peta, you're right. It is really flippin' great. Aw, there you go. Oh, blubbering goddamn cutie. Dave Peta sniffs curiously at Arqueus Sprite's grody and emotional body. Fee you, Dave Peta, explains, recoiling like they were just using their muzzle to investigate the business end of a shitting dog. What are you... I mean... Arqueus submits his question to Dave Peta in the form of a third-person statement, thereby acknowledging once and for all that he is in no way above the childish nonsense of his former moirail. He in fact acknowledges by extension that he is not above anything or anyone and never was. OMG, yes! I mean, that was a good start, but also a little abstract, man. You should try incorporating some actual behaviors and actions into your RP things to punch them up. Behaviors and actions? Yeah, like, think, dude, how the hell is Dave Peta supposed to react acutely to some internal epiphany you're having? How's that shit externally telegraphed, bro? I see. I mean, Arqueus sees. Arqueus soon realizes he will need a truly unreasonable supply of fresh, dry towels to observe the perspiration caused by 2 separate lifetimes of regrets and foolishness. He embarks on a mystical quest of spirit through a land of his imagination's design as part of his personal, alternative universe fiction. It is a mountainous land consisting of only fresh, perfectly folded white towels and rivers of milk running through its valleys. Yum yum. Yum yum indeed. He thinks to himself with his silicon brain, exactly 1 trillion times per second for several seconds. But now is no time to sup from the streams of dairy. He gathers a heap of clean towels in his strapping arms. Yes, these guns you see here, 2 astonishing sinew meat trunks clutch the unsodden rectangles of fabric, like tremendous baguettes of rippling, twitching protein tissue. He reflects on his pair of powerful weapons with admiration, and wonders quietly if Dave Peta would like a complimentary ticket to the gun show, but due to his obscenely powerful mind, this thought took place in the blink of a microsecond, and he proceeds to have additional similarly rapid hyper reveries, including but not limited to thoughts of fondness for Dave Petta and some extremely complex genetic algorithms comparing the merits of various redemptive gestures. And Arqueus, you are repeating your internal thought process again. Oh, sorry. It's okay for starting out. You'll get the hang of it if you keep at it. You being willing to try is all that matters, and it's hella nice to be. Starts the first beat. You mean like a rap beat? Duh. Arqueus wonders if the third rap beat is strictly in the hypothetical plane of roleplay, or if it will be an audible phenomenon taking place in reality soon. Dave Petta gives a little knowing nod as if to say, you bet your chiseled ass it'll be audible phenomenon in reality soon. Arqueus begins flexing rhythmically, in time to the beat of the third rap. This hypothetical role-playing action should also be regarded as a precursor to the deed being literally executed in reality. Dave Petta starts dropping the illest fur beat you've ever heard, but stops suddenly, as they become mesmerized by the hypnotic flexing of Arqueus Sprite's humongous muscles. Do you really like them? He says. I really do, they say. Would you like to touch my muscles, Dave Petta? Yes, I believe I would. Then I must command you, please touch my muscles. Yes, okay. I won't take no for an answer, Dave Petta. Touch my muscles. I said yes! Touch my muscles. Yes! Touch my muscles. Yes! Touch my muscles. Yes! Damn it, dude. Why don't we stop pussyfooting around and stuff and get to brass tacks? What brass tacks do you mean, Dave Petta? I think you know. Dave Petta, are you suggesting what I think you're suggesting? Mm-hmm. To be clear, you are insinuating that we attempt to execute a rare and highly sweet bro hug bump? Hell yes, I am. I'm insinuating that we attempt none other than that exact type of hug. Are you ready, dude? Yes. Let's do this thing. Yes. Let's make this shit work. Yes. We're doing it, man. Yes. We're making this happen. Yes. And there it is. And there it is, the greatest reunion in Homestuck history. Nay, the greatest moment. It does not get better than this. It will not get better than this. At some point, possibly during the 5th or 6th loop of the above animation, which you can't seem to stop watching and listening to. A thought occurs to you. You think with a sense of self-relief. This is it. We made it. This one-page triumph has just retroactively vindicated the long and arduous journey behind it. After every bump in the road, every setback, every nagging doubt about the story's direction, every fucking time your waifu got the shaft. All of that just got wiped away in the blink of a tearful eye by the single greatest piece of media you've ever experienced. You can finally say with absolute conviction that it's all been worth it. It's all paid off. All roads, no matter how treacherous, brought you to this glory. Every obscure plot thread, every batshit twist, all that retcon stuff, the sprite squared shit, every bit of dubious narrative, legerdemain. All of it, you now realize, was designed with excruciating precision to achieve this singular, magnificent result. You'd be blown away in hindsight by these shocking feats of multi-threaded plot predestination if you weren't still transfixed by the looping animation. And your jaw would be hitting the floor by now, if not for the league's deep sense of tranquility welling inside your bosom now that you know Homestuck's audacious promise has been utterly fulfilled forever. You're now onto your, what is it, 11th, maybe 12th loop of the animation? You've lost track, and it doesn't matter. What's the hurry, you wonder? What's the harm in camping on this page for a while longer? What else do you have going on? Maybe it's time we face the facts. This is truly all you have. This is your life. Without breaking eye contact with your monitor, you find yourself reaching for your smartphone. Wait, why exactly am I doing this, you wonder? Why am I going for my phone? If you're going for your phone, it's because it's time to take a fucking picture, dumb nuts. You decide that digital photography is the best way to make this shit last forever. You nod and go, oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I'll definitely take a picture of this. An animation which is looped at least 20 times by now. Make sure you get yourself in the picture too, to prove you were there. You mumble, what? A selfie? Take a goddamn selfie of yourself, posing next to page 9828 of mspaintadventures.com. As you contort your body to pose next to your screen and flip your camera to selfie mode, I continue my unhinged diatribe to instruct all other readers to do the same. I want to see selfies, people. I need to see your ridiculous mugs next to these two gently bobbing freaks, posted publicly on all your social media channels by the thousands. Not just a few thousand either, oh no. Like an old and wise meme once foretold, we're gonna need to clear 9 big ones here. In fact, I'm gonna need your selfies jacked up so far over 9,000, scientists will have to start inventing new numbers to keep track. Check the internet with your selfies. Choke the internet with your selfies, or with a horse as my witness. I will delete this fucking website. If I don't see enough selfies out there, I will scrub Homestuck from the Hashik servers and never speak its name again. I will then dedicate every shred of ingenuity, political influence, and worldly resources I have to releasing darkness on this planet. So post your selfies early, post them often, post them to save a modern literary masterpiece. Post them to save the lives of billions, but most of all, post them because you really want to, and you were probably going to do it anyway, even if I didn't say all this bullshit. Hey, they're back. How'd it go? Went cool. Dropped Callie off with Jade and Mayor. Gave Kanai a space egg. She just hapened the heck up. Nice. Hello, Hummingbird. Hey, what's happening to Skya? It looks like someone has finally released the grist. It's ready to receive Echidna's offering now. If someone is able to light the forge, that is. Oh. So, how do we do that again? In our session, by this time, it was trivial. Under present circumstances, I think it will be tricky. Huh? Every magic ring I'm aware of is currently in use. Some by friends and some by foes. Oh. Well, I wouldn't worry about it right now. There are more pressing things to think about, like fighting a lot of bad guys. And by the way, where's Karkat? He's meditating. What? Meditating? Yes, inside a pretty and spiritual cave. Echidna really blissed his chakras, apparently. What the fuck is a chakra? I don't know. Some soul junk that gets blissed in the presence of a snake goddess? This doesn't sound like something Karkat would do. Are you sure this isn't some sort of bullshit? It's definitely true and not bullshit. Let's change the topic. Agreed. I think I speak for all of us when I say we've indulged in entirely enough bullshit already. Let's get on with this. John, you're our leader, and if you try to deny that one more time, so help me God, I will acrobatically pirouette so hard off this lily pad. I'll perform a supersonic swan dive through sky and impregnate the battlefield with my own incredulous torso. Now please tell us what to do. Okay, I won't say I'm not your leader anymore, jeez. I think it's about time to get going. By my estimation, all the bad guys should be getting here any minute. So we should go find the Condescent and ambush her. She's supposed to be on Durst, right? Yep. Alright, then let's go. I think we're as ready as we're going to get. We have weapons, cool powers, a plan of attack, and most importantly of all, each other. Never forget, teamwork is our secret weapon here. Probably the most powerful weapon we have. Second only, perhaps, to the power of friendship itself. Remember that, guys. As long as we have teamwork, friendship, and cool powers on our side, we can't lose. You're my best friends ever, Rose and Roxy, and Kanai and Terezi, and Dave and Jade and Karkat, and also Jane and Dirk and Jake and John. Hold on, Rose, I'm almost done. And Callie and Tavros and Catrose and, the sweaty guy, probably not the count in the fridge, though. Oh yeah, and even probably Vriska. Oh, and the mayor, he's great too. Did I miss anybody? I think that's it. Anyway, I believe in you all, and I know we can do this together. Now let's go kick some ass. That's good shit. Very leadery. How was that, Rose? I don't know what I don't know what I expected. Huh? Did I say something dumb? No, it was fine. Roxy's right. It was very leadery. Very John. I'm just wondering now, if you're really going to embrace this business of leadership, maybe you consider hiring a speechwriter. A speechwriter? I don't know, Rose. I think I'd be pretty bad at memorizing speeches, especially ones you wrote. Touche. Hey, Therese, are you coming or what? What? What did you say? Get over here. It's almost time to fight. Dave, are you talking through the little foam ass again? What was that? I'm having trouble hearing you through the little foam ass. Hold on, let me smush my ear up against it. Never mind, I'll be right there. What? Okay, everybody, sounds like Dave and his bro are ready. I'm gonna fly over there now. I hope you all have fun murdering your designated villain. Catch you later. Bye, idiot. Wow, John, chill out. Sorry, I guess I got carried away. No offense. Some taken. Wink. What? Hey, you there? Guess you must be busy finding that weapon or recruiting ghosts or killing Lord English. What's that sound? Hey, cool. Thanks for the follow. Killing Lord English, or whatever it is you're doing out there. I just wanted to say a few things before I have to go fight. Actually, maybe it's better you aren't responding now. Maybe I can finally say something I want to say, that I might not have been able to when you were around. It's been a good few years, a much better time than I probably deserve to have, considering what I almost did. Thank God I didn't. Well, thank John, I guess. He's a good kid. They all are. Even the new schmucks. What a sweet and charming bunch of stupid losers. Don't fucking dare tell anyone I said it, but I love them all. I don't know what's wrong with me. That I can't just say stuff like that directly to people. They certainly don't appear to have that problem. And you never seem to have much trouble saying whatever was on your mind. Maybe that's why I have so much trouble with the idea of letting go of you. You aren't afraid of what's inside your mind. You always seem at ease with your own capacities. Even if they lead you down a road of self-destruction. Like, yeah, we've clashed on stuff. I acted like it was all about ideals and how mine were better or something, but maybe I was just pissed off about your attitude of certainty, and angry at myself for not having it. I think it's something I needed in my life, even if it came from someone else, if only to keep me assured it's possible to feel that way. I know you think I'm weak for needing you. Not that you'd ever tell me that. It's nice that you cared enough never to jab me about it. But I could always sense it, that you knew. You knew I depended more on you than you did on me, and you pitied me for it. I mean, not like maliciously. You probably just see me as a bit tragic. You can't help it, and I don't blame you. I think spending time with all those you goobers and seeing how they were all together, they seemed to, like, complete each other. I think it made me realize this about us, or about myself. I never felt whole. I still don't. And you made it so I didn't have to face that feeling. For a while, at least. And now that I think I know this about myself, I think I get it. The feeling will probably never go away. Only covered up at most. Maybe we could win this fight, create another universe, succeed in every way possible, and I'll still feel completely incomplete. Victory won't fix me. Maybe nothing can. Maybe there's too little substance inside me to even be fixed. But at least I understand that now, and should be able to fight without having something gnaw at me. Something that felt unknowable and made me constantly wonder what I was doing wrong. I'm okay with living like that. Not gonna pretend it wouldn't be nice to patch myself up somehow. Guess that ship sailed, though. Back in our session, in whatever way I botched my quest, or didn't reach God tier, or I don't even know what it was I did or didn't do. Guess that's the problem, isn't it? The mystery of it. The things I've supposedly done, good or bad, in different realities, the mistakes I made, but can't learn from because I can't remember. Or the heroic things I supposedly did, sacrifices I made to save you, to save everybody, which tell me nothing about myself and what I'm really capable of because I can't remember. Maybe it's delusional of me to imagine that just having another set of memories is going to make me feel more complete. I can't stop thinking about it, though. I guess it's always tempting to think There's one hidden answer to everything, no matter how fantastical or inaccessible. And if only you could find it, you'd finally have this perfect resolution to everything about yourself you can't stand. So I keep wondering to myself that maybe if only I could just remember, I wouldn't have to feel like this. Wow. I wasn't really expecting to tell you all that. I just wanted to catch you before you go off to battle and wish you luck. And let you know how important you've been to me, in a way that wasn't like clouded by our usual trash talk and our mind games. This is what you get for ignoring me for 2 seconds. A little too much reality from an idiot who's more messed up inside than she ever lets on. Anyway, later, Saket. Your name is Spade Slick. You're the leader of a notoriously stupid gang of mobsters called the Felt. Your previous gang, known as the Midnight Crew, at some indeterminate point in the past, all died off due to timed shenanigans. Oh, how you loathe timed shenanigans. Your long quest for revenge has finally taken you through the front door of the clock belonging to the host plush, who in some gruesome manner gave birth to your gang's former boss, Lord English. Your former subordinates, Clubs Deuce, Diamonds Droog, and Hearts Boxcars, are all dead. Your current subordinates, Itchy Doze, Trace, Clover, Finn, Die, Crowbar, Stitch, Sawbuck, Matchsticks, Eggs, Biscuits, Quarters, Cans, Miss Paint, and a Centaur Butler, are all being stored in the magic oven you're currently carrying. They're mostly a bunch of idiots, and you aren't particularly fond of them. Except that Miss Paint Dame, you suppose. She's a real looker. You rocketed this session from the furthest ring using your rocket ass, which you apparently have. Your objective is to locate and murder Lord English, to once and for all complete your quest for revenge. What the hell is that? If only you could get a closer look. Too bad that's just a fake red plastic eye you've got there. Jack, what are you doing? No, you're flagrantly ignoring continuity now. I didn't give you a working cybernetic eye. Stop that. Fine, you want to pretend it's a real fucking cyber eye? Go ahead. What do I even care at this point? Just make shit up to spite me. It's fine. You zoom way in with your apparently real cyber eye, and see it is none other than your arch nemesis, Lord English himself, or at least the closest thing passing for him in this session. You'll leave these knuckleheads to rumble amongst themselves. You suddenly don't care about them at all. All you care about is payback. You've got a casino to avenge. Remember that? That didn't stop from being a thing. Here we are. Ready, everyone? I guess as ready as one can be to initiate lethal combat with the extraterrestrial former founder of a nefarious baking goods syndicate. Wait, what? I thought we were fighting the Condess. We are. The Condess is Betty Crocker. She is? Yes. Wait, John, are you telling me you're only realizing this now? Unbelievable. Hey, nobody told me, okay? There's this thing called inference, John. Examining a large body of evidence, putting the pieces together, making certain logical leaps, drawing conclusions. Sorry, I guess I was too busy saving everybody from dying horribly to solve a very stupid mystery about a shitty cake woman. I guess so. So what do you have to say about that? About what? About the Elias of the Condess. Oh, it's fine, I guess? Fine? Yeah, what am I supposed to think about it? I don't know. I guess you thought you might be floored by this stunning revelation, given your irrational hatred for that particular desert corporation. Yeah, it's alright. Sort of makes sense, actually. What's the big deal? John, you're kind of letting me down here. Sorry, I just think we have bigger fish to fry than... fish. I mean, more important things to do than head down on the floor and have a melodramatic tantrum about a ridiculous and stupid fact that doesn't matter. John, stop it. The degree of maturity you're showing here is really bad for morale. Oh, shush. Listen, whatever she is, cake mogul or alien empress or queen of Durst or sexy sea lady with too much hair, let's just fuck her up. Yeah! Hey, Roxy, what are you doing with that sword? What, this? Yes. It was, sort of my improvised gravestone deal. But I guess became kind of meaningless when my cat robbed the grave, so I figured I might as well go nab it again. Why let a cool sword go to waste? I know my boy Eyestry would not approve. That's true, I guess. Is that why you took it out of the stone slab thingy in the first place? Kinda. That was different. How? Back when I first saw it on your blue planet, that was when I just lost all my friends and I thought for a while they might be gone for good. I saw the sword poking out of the air, and it reminded me of Dirk. It reminded me of everyone we just said goodbye to, even if they only turned out to be temporary. I don't know what it meant to people before I came along, but to me it was a symbol of all the people who didn't make it as far as we did. So I stole it. See, I'm a goddamn rogue. I take shit. And now I'm gonna take take back from the witch everything she stole that should have been ours. Promise of a better life, a future for humanity and trolls alike, all that shit. I'm going to swipe its lack and make it all start being a thing again. Let's never let all that stop from being a thing ever again. Okay, guys? What? Yeah. Okay, yeah. I'm sure that possibly all made sense. Good speech. Proud fatherly admiration. Carcat. Hey, you there, get back in the mob before I fork you. What? You heard me, don't make me come over there. God damn it. You're gonna make me come over there, aren't you? Running a ghost army's like herding catfish, I swear to Glub. Wait a minute. You're not some rando Carcat ghost, you're alive, but dreaming or something. Yeah, I'm alive as far as I know. Yeah, you are, I can tell these things. Who's alive, who ain't? You're a genuine article howdy, McNubs. Hey! Hi. You're... What the fuck was your name again? The punky teen version of the Condesce, right? Aren't you like a bad guy, or do you have some sort of fucking anti-hero thing going on? No, you fool, I'm a good guy. I'm leading this whole ghost army and everything. We're gonna kill Lord English. Oh, is that what you're doing with all these ghosts? Well, that's pretty fucking ambitious. Yeah, man. Hey, we talked about this, don't you remember? We did? Yeah, I told you this whole plan once, that I was gonna raise an army and kill a big dude. I got kinda sidetracked from that whole thing for a while. Girl trubs, SMH. I'm sure you know how it is. Not really. Anyway, I finally did it. I raised an army with a little help from some fronds, and now here it is. And if I recall, I told you all this, and you said you wanted to run away and join my army, but you never did. Huh. Sorry, none of this is ringing a bell, Screamer. Is ringing a peel, Screamer. Are you sure it was me you were talking to? Maybe it was the red sweater guy. Fuck no, it wasn't him. I'm sure it was you. Or maybe some version of you, I don't know. Anyway, it don't matter, and you're here now. So what did you say? You want to join the fight? Maybe. I don't remember what happened. I was talking to Kanaya and then... Shit, I'm drawing a blank. I think we were talking about getting ready for battle. Yeah, damn, I need to wake up and help my friends. Do you know how I can wake up? No idea, dude. Fuck! But as long as you're here in like a quasi-impervious dream ghost form, you could lend a flipper to yours truly. This is where the most important action is, anyway. It's the one for all the round circles. Gonna take down English for good, even though he's supposedly invincible. Got a good feeling about this one, though. Feel like we're gonna make it stick this time. So this is really it, then. This is where it's all going to end, finally. Yeah. Then it's probably fate that I ended up here, however that happened. I guess I tripped and fell and hit my head or something? Probably some sort of subconscious slip, like... Part of me knew I had to fall asleep now to fulfill my destiny. This must have been what a kid wanted all along. Sure, whatever. Okay, I'll do it. I'll join your army. Okay, nice. Then get in line, Shouty. Wait, what? What do you mean, what? You mean just cram myself in there with the rest of the rabble? With all the dead Eridans and Nepetas, and the idiot version of Solixes with the fucking helmet, and all the loser failure doomed versions of myself? Yeah, that's the idea. That's what joining an army is, bro. Come on, you yourself said that I wasn't just some rando. Can I be at least a little more important than like doomed Equius number 435-832, who's wearing a saucy maid outfit for some fucking reason? What do you porpoise? What do I porpoise? What do you propose? Oh, I don't know. Can I at least maybe be on the front line? How about I'm the guy who's leading the charge? Is that okay? Yeah, sure. Awesome, this is gonna be great. Okay, what weapons should I use? Probably home smell you later. Wait, do I have those with me? You're a dream ghost. You can have whatever you want, I think. That's how that works? Are there, like, rules for this dream ghost shit? Now's not the time to be asking junk like that, bro. We're about to ride this bitch in for a landing. Who gives a flip where your ghost sickles come from? Yeah, you're right. I shouldn't get hung up on pedantic details and start thinking about the inspirational speech I was hatched to give on this fateful day. What the fuck? Speech? Yeah, is that okay? Fuck no, I already gave one and it was dope as shell. Inspired the shit out of everyone or terrified them. Same diff. Oh. Can I just give one anyway? I guess, as long as you do it quietly over here. I don't do anything quietly. Then walk further away. See, like I'm doing, but in the opposite direction of this. Later, Shouty, I got an army to run. Get back here when you're done murmuring about whatever motivational noise you think's gonna get you and you alone pumped. See you, nubs. Alright, I won't be long. Wait, did I just get tricked into giving a speech to myself in fucking outer space? Fuck. Okay, never mind then. The last thing I want to do is start emulating Strider's insufferable rambling soliloquies. Who does he even think he's talking to? How many times have other people yelled at from the other room? Dude, are you talking to us? We can't fucking hear you. Oh my god, I'm doing it now, aren't I? Fuck. Thank god he's not here to hear me say this. I'd never hear the end of it. I wonder how he's doing right now, fighting... Wait, who is he fighting? One of the, 50 fucking jacks? I forget already. When I tripped and fulfilled my destiny as a warrior, I must have hit my pen harder than I thought. Fulfilled my destiny as a warrior is another thing I'm glad Dave didn't hear me say. Jesus Christ. Anyway, whoever it is he's fighting now, I hope he's okay. We are here. Where? Our destination. You mean the green sun? It feels like we've been approaching it for hours. Do you mean we're finally close enough to it for whatever it is we have to do? Yes, we're close enough now, but we do not have to do anything. Only I do. Oh. Then what do I have to do? Nothing. You needed to accompany me on this journey, so that time could pass for you. And now that time has passed. I see. Is there anything you would like to say or ask before we part ways for good? For good? You mean like I'll never see you again after I wake up? No one will ever see me again after you wake up. Then, what am I supposed to do when I wake up? By then the fight should be over. Assuming your friends were successful, you must use your abilities to seed the new universe with your home. That is all. That's it? But I want to help them with all but the fight. It sounds dangerous, and I have all these powers. Really good powers. Maybe even the best powers? Yes, they are the best powers. So why can't I just wake up and use them? Powers such as yours are a great asset, but in time become an even greater liability. That is why you sleep. I don't understand. You'll not be able to control them for the purpose of your mission. You're barely in control of your most modest capabilities. You're still quite young, and your kind is soft. The ability to absolutely dominate is better housed in being designed for seclusion, singularity of purpose, and remorseless resolve. It is too much for one like you. You're probably right. Actually, it's scary to think about sometimes. It won't be a problem for much longer. Huh? It's not your concern. Until then, you may want to appreciate the final moments of intimate connection to this continuum supreme source of power. How? That's up to you. If you must have advice, I'll give you some similar to that I gave your other space-playing friend. I told her to live where before she had not. So too, you are similarly imprisoned by various inertias. These weigh on you. You are a child belonging to a race for which that distinction is understood to correspond with experiences of enjoyment. Perhaps you should try to have fun. Goodbye, Jade. Jade! Dave Sprite? You're alive, and very different. It's Dave Petta, actually, and yeah, I am different. Got this whole other person mixed up in me. Her name was Nepeta. Oh, wow, I'm so happy to see you, even if you have gone through some, pretty big changes. Yeah. So what are you doing here? Are you asleep too? No, I'm awake, and, actually here and stuff. Guess I just decided to fly way up to the sun like a fucking piece of garbage after all. Like I always said I would. Haha, you did? I don't remember that. Yeah, I said stuff like that sometimes. Jade, I used to be fairly depressed. Yeah, well, I do remember that. You seem to be in pretty high spirits now, though. Yes, I'm doing fucking phenomenal. But for real, I'm not actually here to visit the sun. I flew here as a point of reference to get my bearings. I'm actually on my way to fight Lord English. Have you seen him? No? I've spent the last however long hiding from him, actually. With Calliope. Who? She's my new friend. Well, I guess one of two new friends by that name, technically. One of them is presumably back with our friends now. The other just quite literally flew away up to the sun. Like a fucking piece of garbage? No. She's quite dignified and aloof, as a matter of fact. I sincerely doubt she's ever done anything like a piece of garbage. Okay. Anyway, if you want to find him, I would guess all you have to do is follow his trail of destruction. See the cracks? Oh yeah, good point. Guess I could sniff him out. Except I don't know what he smells like. But I guess I do know what some people who will be near him smell like. Like who? Whiskers, for one. Also, supposedly a staggering dick ton of ghosts. I'll just smell around for where ghosts are all at. Sounds like a good plan. Geez, Dave, or Dave Petta, rather. I missed you so much. Aw. Sorry, Harley, I'd say I missed you too, but it was barely a day ago I last saw you. This version of me, I mean. I made it all the way through the 3-year voyage with you. Guess the one who made the trip with you wasn't so lucky, huh? No, he and John died not long after we departed. It was so lonely. But I don't feel too bad now that I know it all worked out, and their deaths were just part of something bigger going on. Right, John's absurd time-hopping mission. So fucking glad some non-Dave dude could finally grab the reins of time travel BS. And I guess I'm personally so grateful to him because without his succession and of hand-wavy dork stunts, I wouldn't have become Dave Petta, which is literally the best thing either of us has ever been. That's great. It's so nice to see you're happy now, even if technically I never got to be a part of that journey for you. But you did. I've got a lot of different Dave memories in me, and they're all a part of who I am now, including the memories you contributed to. Oh. Cool. So what were things like in the timeline you're from? How was our trip together? It was good, mostly. Kind of turbulent, I guess. But that was mostly on account of me being a miserable bird douche. Also, we dated for a while. What? Oh my gosh. It was nice for a while, but then I put a stop to that. Why? See you again, bird douche. Wow. I can't believe I missed this. Even if it didn't go that well, it's still something I would have gladly taken over the loneliness of that trip. I can't even say how much I thought about you both. And to hear that you and I actually... I'm sorry, Dave. Dave Petta. I guess Calliope is right. This must be part of my past. But as a space player, someone who falls back, as she said, maybe being pushed aside by fate and, like, being deprived of important people and experiences, no matter how painful it is, or how much you feel like you need them. I guess that's just how it goes for us. Of a burden. For us. I think I never appreciated how much of a burden your aspect was to you, but I think I'm starting to get it now. It just took a really long time to figure out what mine really meant. So that's what space means? Being lonely? That's a bit of an oversimplification, but I think that can be one of the results of gaining a deeper understanding of it, or becoming connected to it more. I don't know, this stuff is all pretty mysterious. I don't have it all figured out yet, obviously. I just feel pretty sad that as I get closer to understanding my abilities and true nature, it apparently means being deprived of some important experiences. Like, I get closer to my aspect, but further away from everyone I love, and further from feeling like a person? It's just a really empty feeling after a while. Empty like space, I guess. But you weren't actually deprived of important experiences. Stuff like us dating and John's stupid birthday parties and playing shitty Ghostbuster MMOs. That stuff all happened to you. It's just you don't have access to the memories. They didn't happen to shape this particular version of yourself, but they all played a role in helping the greater Jade grow, if that makes sense. Everything that ever happens to every version of you is an important part of your ultimate self. Like a superseding, bodiless, and timeless persona that crossed boundaries of paradox space, and unlike god tiers or bubble ghosts, or whatever, it really is immortal. But in your physical form, there are all these partitions in your mind that prevent you from remembering any of that, which makes your existence feel totally linear, which is probably for the best. In a regular body, seeing all that would be too overwhelming. In an advanced sprite form like mine, though, it's fine. I guess the same spritey magic that makes it possible to suddenly understand so much is also what makes it possible to make it bearable all at once. Not even just bearable, actually, sort of liberating and cool. And after it sinks in for a while, you start coming to this understanding of a greater self. Maybe I got this quicker, though, because the two people I was and their aspects. Understanding heart is all about the nuances of a distributed self. Nepeta never got to make much headway with her aspect, but she's finally getting the chance. The time aspect is all about running into different versions of yourself, so you kind of get confronted with it in a really literal way that can be disturbing. Obviously, Dave's struggled with that too, but now it's fine. He's free from worrying about it all and what that means for this place in reality, because he can see now all his selves have relevance in painting the full picture of who he truly is. I'm not completely sure because I'm not like some sort of aspect master, but my avian/feline intuition tells me that all roads will lead you here eventually. Gaining the deepest possible understanding of any aspect X will bring you to the same final conclusion about your ultimate self. So maybe that's starting to happen for you too. The space aspect sounds like a hard and lonely road to travel. I think they probably all are, but you're getting there, Jade. You're doing a great, and I'm so proud of you. Thanks, Dave Petta. I really can't believe it. You sound so different, but you're still Dave in a way. It's hard to say how happy it makes me to see you doing so well. Yeah, likewise. I mean, assuming you are doing well. Are you? I think so. Hey, what are you doing out here anyway? I'm asleep. I want to join our friends and help out, but I'm not supposed to wake up. Why not? I don't know, I'm just not. Calliope said I was too strong or something, but also said I should have fun, so I don't know. Guess I'm just waiting around for the right moment. No, that's dumb. You should be able to do whatever you want. Really? Well, at least she was right about the having fun part. Maybe that's what she meant. Maybe she was leaving it up to you in a mysterious way. Leaving what up to me? The decision to wake up? Sure, why not? But I don't know how. I do. What? Was that supposed to wake me up? No, that was just goodbye. This is supposed to wake you up. Hey, if you wake up, you gotta deal with these two. Missed ya. Did someone just bark? Charzy, was that you? What? No, I didn't bark. I thought that was you. Why would I bark? Well, why the fuck would I bark? Okay, this exchange is asinine. It was probably just Jade. Hey, guys. She's awake. Isn't she supposed to be asleep? Yeah, fuck. Hi, Dave. I got your note. I missed you, too. Jade, goddammit, go back to sleep. No way! Looks like you gave me a little assignment in case I woke up. Well, as it turns out, I'm very much awake, and I intend to stay that way. See you guys. Apparently I've got a couple of dogs to deal with. Oh, by the way, Dave, you're a pretty good kisser, even when you've got cat lips. What? See ya. Bye, idiot. Whatever, let's hope today of all days is not the day she fucks everything up. Yeah. So what's the deal, dudes? You both done with your rooftop feelings jam? I think so. What do you think, Dave? About what? Are we done here? I guess so. You sure there isn't anything else on your mind before we start fighting? Tell you what, I'll give you one last lightning round question. Ask me anything. Go ahead. I'll give you a straight answer. Alright. Here goes. Why are we so fucking awesome? Dave, that's the best fucking question anybody ever asked.
Okay, sure.
Wild.
Wild. Cool. Okay.
Well, I guess that's the end.